This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It is now 9:09 a.m. on July 15, 2021. This is the beginning of session 16 in the appeal hearing for UZDP 2019-00562. Welcome everybody back, and as you will recall from last evening, Stca had rested its case in chief. We are ready to begin with respondent city department's case. Mr. Reglick, the floor is yours. I understand you have a brief introduction and then you're going to hand it off to your associate for questioning. So go ahead and begin.
Thank you, and that's correct. I'm going to speak, give a brief introduction, and then my partner Josh Whited will be conducting the examination of Mr. Chris Hankins. So I have written out here 3 sentences to keep myself brief. Department staff Chris Hankins and Kelly Hildy will testify about the bases for the department decision today. Their testimony will explain how the department gave substantial, expert, and sincere attention to the Stca UDZP application. They will describe Stca's interaction with the city, confirming in particular what could be observed and derived from yesterday's notable testimony of Peter Brennan, Stca's manager and lead representative with the city. And they will address key bases for the department decision to exercise its discretion to deny the UZDP application now before the examiner. And with that, I will turn it over to Mr. Whited.
Thank you.
Just give us 1 second. We're just moving a little bit of stuff around here, so it'll just be 1 sec.
And Mr. Hearing Examiner, I haven't been sworn in yet either, so.
And you haven't. Patience.
Hoping I didn't miss that on the way over here. Transition.
There's Mr. Whited. Okay. Mr. Whited, if you would identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Josh Whited. I'm an attorney for the city of Sammamish in this matter with my partner, Peter Reglick.
Thank you. And whom do you wish to call first?
The city would like to call Chris Hankins.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hankins, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please state your name and spell it for the record.
My name is Chris Hankins, CHRISHANKINS.
Thank you, sir. Your witness, Mr. Whited.
Mr. Hankins, you provided us your resume, and we've entered that as an exhibit in this matter, as Exhibit 45. Is that a true and correct summary of your qualifications and experience?
Yes, it is.
I'd like to ask you just a few background questions about your education and experience before we move on, but could you tell me what your educational background is?
Certainly. I have a degree in urban and regional planning from Eastern Washington University. I've been a practicing planner for over 25 years now. Yeah, I guess that's pretty much my...
What is your current position at the city of Sammamish?
So currently I'm a senior planner with the city of Sammamish.
And prior to working at the city of Sammamish, what did you do?
My entire career is spent working in local government. Prior to the city of Sammamish, I was with the city of Auburn, various capacities there, senior planner, also transportation planner, where I worked on grant administration and general transportation capital improvement projects with the Public Works Department. Worked for several municipalities, all in the Puget Sound region over the course of my career.
How much of that was handling development project applications?
Primarily all of it, except for about that 5-year period when I was working as a transportation planner and working in grant administration.
And I expect this may be a hard question for you, but do you have any sense of how many development project applications you've reviewed?
Yeah, that's a good question. Many, I would say easily close to 100.
After becoming involved here, actually, let me just back up. When did you first become involved in the Stca UZDP application?
Sure. So I was brought on as a senior planner with the city of Sammamish in the spring of 2019. And I was also transitioning out of some of my other responsibilities from my previous position, which was in code compliance and code enforcement. So I became involved in about August of 2019 with the Stca project.
And was that prior to the pre-application meeting?
That was after the pre-application meeting.
Okay, so after becoming involved, did you review the pre-application comments that were prepared prior to your involvement with the Stca application?
Yes, I did.
Were you involved in reviewing the initial UZDP application submitted by Stca on November 4, 2019, as well as the one submitted on June 22, 2020?
Yes, I was.
Were you also involved in reviewing and preparing both the city's comments on the initial application and the city's decision denying the application?
Yes.
And can you clarify for me, did you review everything, and or were there certain parts of the decision or certain parts of the application or topics that you were primarily responsible for?
Sure. Yeah, as a project planner, you take on the responsibility of reviewing not only the application materials, but also ensuring that the application meets the regulatory framework of the city. That includes, public process, notifications and communication in writing, public notification, making sure that meetings are scheduled and all of the aspects of, taking a project from start to finish. In this case, I was primarily responsible for the compliance issues with the zoning code and the comprehensive plan, which has been referred to often as the town center plan, as we've discussed over the last few days. I've also looked at the sort of the design issues, looking at placement of buildings, setbacks, access issues, issues with vehicular and pedestrian access, things along those lines. Those were kind of my focus areas as we went through the review process. It's probably important to note, the review process for applications like this are team-based, and we have a development team that processes these applications and does the review. And then as the project planner, I kind of shepherd that the others that are involved in the review, kind of shepherd them through the regulatory framework and actively administer and manage the project as it goes forward.
As part of the review process, you mentioned that there were a lot of folks involved in that, but did your department consult with other departments outside of your department within the city?
Yes, we did, and it's typical when an application comes in. What happens is certain folks within the various disciplines of the city, that could be public works, community development, parks, and then other outside agencies that have utility, interest in the project, and also the fire department, life safety type. Everyone that gets assigned as part of the review process, as part of that team, goes through the review and utilizes my position as kind of the go-to as part of the review process.
When you were describing the areas you were primarily responsible for, I didn't hear you mention open space or city squares or somebody else responsible for that particular topic.
Yeah, with this application, obviously it was very complicated and large in scope. So as we broke things down, Deputy Director Hildy actually had portions of the review process that she took responsibility for, including the open space, the city square, and some other specific items that are, called out in the code for specific review topics.
Thank you. I want to briefly explore the framework under which a UZDP application is reviewed by the city. So I'd like you to take a look at SMC 21B 95060. And I don't know if, Ms. Schaefer, if there's a possibility of getting that up on screen. Or, I'm sorry, not Schaefer, Schaff. Sorry about that. Yeah, it's 21B 95060.
I have it up on my other computer screen, so.
Okay, I've got a hard copy in front of me. Do you have a happy copy handy, Chris?
Yes, I have an electronic copy of.
Okay. So it's 060. Okay. There we go. Okay, Mr. Hankins, are you familiar with this provision?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Is it your understanding that in order for a UZDP application to be approved, it has to meet all four criteria in 060?
Yes, it does.
Okay, so if an applicant meets code compliance under subsection 1, that doesn't necessarily mean the UZDP has to be approved, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When I mentioned subsection 1, that provision requires compliance not only with 21B, but also 21A, right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Can we please take a look at the introductory language to SMC 21B 95050? And 050 is the provision that contains UZDP planning principles. And specifically, Mr. Hankins, I'd like you to look at the last sentence of the introductory language prior to paragraph 1. And if you could read that language that begins with the UZD proponent shall, I would appreciate it.
Sure. The UZDP proponent shall be required to demonstrate that the following are met to the city's satisfaction.
Okay. And so this was the general kind of regulatory framework you were working under in the review in the application?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I want to turn now to the decision itself and I guess start with the city's decision concluded that STCA's application did not meet UZDP planning principle for vehicle circulation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So can you explain generally what is considered and required under the UZDP planning principle for vehicle circulation under 21B 95050-2? And also why it's important.
Sure. So yeah, when we look at vehicle circulation, it's a comprehensive effort to look at the entire site in regards to what is being proposed as far as their network of access roads or streets in this case, and how those are going to be serving the project and also complying with the various standards and codes that we have to development of streets. We look at a couple of things. There's the issue of the simply put, the number of vehicles that are generated or would be generated by the various uses that are proposed that creates the vehicle, I guess you would call it ADT, or the volume of traffic that's associated with the particular application based on those uses. And then we also look at the design elements of the streetscape, not only just the streets themselves, but also that interaction between the streets and the land uses that are proposed, and the interaction for like pedestrian activity and those types of things. So in some, that's just sort of a general summary of the vehicle circulation section. And I'm sorry, I may need to ask the second part of the question was again.
Just generally why it's important.
Oh, why
is it? Yeah, why are you looking at that as issues?
Yeah, sure. So yeah, it's important because we've got very specific standards that are required to be met, and whether that's in street construction or whether it is with the the interface of the street with the various land uses. When I say interface, that's usually defined as either a sidewalk or a pedestrian trail or a pedestrian environment that's created. So when it comes to town center and design of town center type uses and the street system that serves that, it's very important to look at all of those aspects as far as the volume of traffic that's created, and then also what it's going to look like ultimately as far as the design and the interaction of folks that are going to be using the street system and the various land uses.
Thank you. In the city's decision, which is Exhibit 1, I don't know if you need to pull that up at the moment or not, but feel free to do so if you'd like.
Sure.
There are two separate, sorry there, that was pretty loud. There are two separate subheadings under vehicle circulation. One that reads staff analysis, street designation, and a second that reads staff analysis, street access and congestion. And I'm just going to summarize my understanding.
Excuse me, could you tell me what page you're on? Give me a page.
Page 18 of Exhibit 1.
Thank you.
Yep. So I just wanted to summarize kind of my understanding of what those topics are, and then just to provide an overview of the framework, and then we'll move on to discuss those topics. But my understanding is that the street designation, that's the issue we've been talking about regarding pedestrian-oriented streets and the determination that the proposal doesn't meet the vehicle circulation principle because all streets in the TCA zone were not designated entirely pedestrian. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And then the second heading under it is staff access and street access and congestion, and that relates to the conclusion that the principle is not met because the proposal does not comply with the 2016 Public Works Standards or the Fire Code. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And that primarily is focused on the alleys that serve the townhouses?
Yes, I would say primarily, yes.
Okay. And with regard to the public works standards that are mentioned in the vehicle access analysis, I note that there's a separate section of the decision. It's Exhibit 1 at page 19, I think, that under Section C in blue print, that's titled the city's roadway standards. Do you see that section?
Yes, I do.
And do you see where it says following that the UZDP does not adhere to the 2016 Public Works Standards and therefore is denied?
May I request a reference to an exhibit or a document, Mr. Whited?
Yeah.
Whited is correct. It's the same document. It's Exhibit 1, page 19.
Stumbling over my words.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry to interrupt too, but I don't see blue text. I'm looking at the original printed version of the report. Where's the text?
Give me 1 second. I might have given you the wrong page number. It's I'm sorry, it's 29, not 19. Typo.
A little different.
Yep, about 10 pages.
I'm sorry. So we're in the decision, page 29?
Correct.
Thank you.
And I do see a blue headline there. I'm hearing no voices. Are we okay? I'm hearing absolutely nobody speak.
I'm sorry, if counsel and the witness are colloquying, that ought to be, that wouldn't normally be something we do in person.
Well, if they're purposefully quiet, that's fine. I all of a sudden was worried that there was a dead silence. Mr. Whitehead,
I guess I am going to interpret.
I have a question for you. Were you, just a minute ago, your mouth was moving. Were you trying to talk to me? We're not hearing you. We're getting no voice from City Hall.
Confirmed, both seem to be muted.
Yeah, we have no sound out of City Hall.
Still nothing.
Nothing.
I'll just hold my hand signal up here until my arm gets tired, and then I'll switch to you.
Yeah.
I'm currently conducting another test. Does everyone hear me? Yay.
Now
All right.
Now we hear
Okay,
you.
and am I live as well?
Yes, you are.
Okay. For the record, there was no off-the-record conversation between me and Mr. Hankins. My mic simply cut out.
And you know, for the record, the video still shows little X's near both your microphones, which is weird. So should we double check the recording?
I think that's because we are operating off of the separate microphones rather than the computer mics on the GoToMeeting.
Okay, no problem. Just want to make sure.
So I think. Okay, so my question then, and let me make sure because I don't know where I got cut off at, but my question, Mr. Hankins, was that statement on page 29 that the UZDP does not adhere to public works standards. That's basically the same issue as under the vehicle circulation principle, except that that's a separate basis for the city's decision, right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so I'd like to focus first on the street designation issue. There's a code provision that defines pedestrian-oriented streets and one that defines mixed-use streets. Are you familiar with those provisions?
Yes, I am.
Okay, and I'm just going to mention the reference for others here, but I don't need to pull it up on the board. It's 21B 15290 and 21B 15250. Mr. Hankins, can you explain what the difference is between those street designations?
Sure. So I guess let's start with pedestrian-oriented streets. In general, they're intended to be streets that feature continuous storefronts or plaza spaces, wide sidewalks, street trees, on-street parking, and they're generally intended for areas within the town center that are highly pedestrianized, where we have focused, I guess, our efforts and our planning efforts into establishing what would be considered pedestrian activity or pedestrian activity centers. As far as mixed-use streets, mixed use are generally more localized, and they too include pedestrian facilities such as sidewalks, not necessarily as wide of sidewalks, but some of the other street amenities like street trees, on-street parking, other physical items, I guess, that would support access to and from the land use that's adjacent to the street.
Okay. Can you please take a look at, and Ms. Schaff, could you please pull up SMC 21B 30040 sub 2? That's 30, yeah, 30040 2B. Okay, Mr. Hankins, could you read that section out loud for us?
Yes, I'm sorry. I I just lost my spot there.
No problem. Take your time.
Does he
Thank
need
you.
to read the whole paragraph? I'm sure Ms. Koloshkova is looking at it. I'm just wondering whether...
I'll spare you him reading the paragraph. That's not a problem. No problem. Okay. So, Mr. Hankins, are you familiar with that paragraph?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so is it your understanding based on it that the city is authorized under the code to decide what streets or portions of streets are designated pedestrian-oriented in the TCA zones during the UZDP process?
Yes.
Okay. Can you explain why the city has decided... Let me reframe that. Can you just explain what the city has decided with respect to street designations in the TCA 1 zone?
Certainly. As for the TCA 1 zone, we have determined that all streets are required to be pedestrian-oriented streets.
And can you explain why?
So, as I was talking about earlier, when we look at the definitions of pedestrian-oriented streets, there's a real connection between what a pedestrian-oriented street is and what a mixed-use center project or development is within the town center A1 zone. We look at the very specific criteria outlined in the city's comprehensive plan of the town center plan, the town center infrastructure plan, and also the Sammamish code in regards to making making that determination, and that all streets within the town center A1 zone would need to be pedestrian oriented.
Okay. In reaching that determination, were there any specific authorities you relied on to guide you to that determination?
Can I ask specific authorities? Is that
I guess code? Specific code provisions to start with.
Okay, sure. So let me pull up my code here again. So yeah, I can just cite the code references here in SMC 2130.040, and that would be 2B. And then SMC 21B.30.030, and that would be A. And again, 21B30.030I.
Is it I or 1?
Oh, let me see here.
Maybe it's...
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. My mistake, 1.
Okay.
Okay, hang on just a minute.
Okay.
If he said 21B30.030A, and then you got him to change 21B30.030I to 21B30.030.1, and those two citations are not parallel, so I think something's missing here.
I think A is not a paren A, it's 030A, and I think it's a schematic diagram.
Yeah, that's correct here.
I'm sorry.
Can we go on the screen there? Can we go on the screen there to 030? 21B30.030. Yeah, that's the schematic.
It's a figure.
No, that's not. That's the different schematic. Sorry. 030, please.
It's a figure.
Okay. Yeah,
Right?
it's a figure.
It's a figure. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
When you're citing to figures, please tell me it's a figure, not just don't read it off as if it were a code section.
Sure.
Will do.
Will do. Thank
So
you.
it's figure 030A. Now the other one,
Yep.
the 30.030, did you mean figure I, or if there is an I don't know.
Can you scroll down just a little bit, please?
I think it's just 1.
It's subsection 1, or
Yeah.
Is that correct, Mr. Hankins?
It is subsection 1.
Subsection 1.
Okay, I'm back with you
Yeah,
again.
sorry about the confusion there.
Okay.
Well, I was trying to avoid calling up each provision and having him read it, so I was trying to shorthand it to save us the time, but apparently I failed at that effort.
Well, that's fine, but there is a difference between a figure citation and a code section citation, and that got me confused.
Not a problem. Sorry for the confusion. And so I think you mentioned earlier, Mr. Hankins, the town center infrastructure plan.
Yes.
What about that supports the city's determination that the streets should be pedestrian oriented? I mean, what's the vision here? What kind of statements are in there that you're relying on for that?
So let me gather my notes here real quick. I was set up so comfortably at my other spot earlier, and now I'm having to shuffle around a little bit more. Thanks, technology.
Would the witness like maybe a 5-minute recess so he can reorganize his materials at his new location?
Yeah, that would be helpful.
That would be great. Thank you.
I'll take that
Okay.
too.
It's 9:39. We will stand at recess until well, it says 9:40 now, so we'll stand at recess till 9:45. We are.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Okay. It is 9:45 a.m. This is session 17 in the appeal of UZDP 2019-00562. Mr. Whitehead, you may continue with your questioning of Mr. Hankins. Mr. Hankins, I remind you, you're still under oath.
Okay, I think before the break occurred, I had asked you what aspects of the TSIP informed the city's determination that all streets in the TCA 1 zone should be pedestrian oriented.
Yes. So the town center infrastructure plan lays out the vision for the streetscape in the entire town center. So it's a document that we rely heavily on in regards to the review process. And there's a few specifics starting on page 3 of the town center infrastructure plan, and really throughout, where there's emphasis put on the pedestrian nature of the core mixed use area, and with the idea of creating that pedestrian environment, making that pedestrian environment very fluid and active, and maximizing to the greatest extent possible the walkability of the town center.
Thank you. The town center plan itself, neither it nor the TSIP, neither one identifies specific street types for specific streets, do they?
No, they do not.
May I ask a quick question? That when council uses the term TSIP, is that the TCIP that we've been talking about, just for clarity, the town center infrastructure plan?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
I was trying to save a few syllables. So, Mr. Hankins, can you explain from your perspective why it's important that all the streets in the TCA 1 zone be pedestrian oriented? And we've talked about how you reached that conclusion, but why is it important?
Well, again, as I've mentioned before, the focus of the Town Center A1 zone is to create that pedestrian environment that is very, very active and very fluid, and something that furthers the planning goals and policies of the town center plan. We look for those relationships between the use of the street and the surrounding land uses, and the vision and the idea is to create something that follows along with what would be considered a core pedestrian environment.
And STCA's application here, it didn't designate every street and street segment as pedestrian oriented, right?
Not every street, no.
Okay. And did the city consistently tell STCA that all streets in their entirety needed to be pedestrian oriented in the TCA 1 zone prior to STCA's resubmittal in June 2020?
Yes, as I recall, there were multiple conversations about that, and yes, that was very clear.
Is there any question in your mind that STCA did not understand the city direction that all streets in their entirety should be pedestrian oriented?
No, there's nothing in my mind.
I'd like to walk through the written directions that the city gave STCA with respect to street designations from the pre-app phase up through the June 2020 resubmittal. So I'd like to refer you to Exhibit 9.
What page number, please?
Page 4.
Thank you.
And I think this is a provision we've looked at a couple of times before. So, Mr. Hankins, on page 4 of Exhibit 9, under Section 2, Vehicle Circulation, paragraph C, this is one of the comments that the city gave STCA at the pre-application phase. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Interpose one objection for clarity. I believe the witness testified he was not working at the city at the time of these notes. So I want to clarify what knowledge base the witness is testifying from.
He's testifying to the fact that these are the pre-application notes provided to STCA that said streets in the TCA 1 zone must include, quote, entirely pedestrian-oriented segments. He's not testifying to anything other than that these application comments were provided.
Okay, then I would ask that I guess the document speaks for itself. We don't need to read it into the record.
I actually was trying to avoid reading it in the record, but your objection prompted me to. Mr. Hankins, I'd also like to refer you to page 10 on Exhibit 9.
Yes, I see that.
And is there a comment on page 10 about the pedestrian-oriented streets as well?
Yes, there is.
Okay, and so that's paragraph 1B, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now I'd like to refer you to Exhibit 20D. And on 20D, we're going to page 1.
I have it.
Okay. And at this time, this is the review comments at the time of the actual application. You were involved in the reviewing the application at this point in time, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so 20D at page 1, I'd like you to look at rows number 6 and 7.
Okay.
And do both those direct STCA that the streets in the TCA 1 zone must be pedestrian oriented?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Now, Mr. Hankins, I'd like to refer you to Exhibit 30.
Okay.
And Exhibit 30 are meeting notes, and I believe an updated matrix attached to that. So I'd like to go to the matrix, which is Bates stamp page 9. And specifically there in row 2, there's a note about pedestrian-oriented streets. Did you have the meeting? These meeting notes are from, I believe it's May 29, 2020. Did you have a meeting with STCA then on May 29, 2020, where you discussed pedestrian-oriented streets?
Yes, we did.
And what was the gist of that meeting?
So there was discussion just in general about the proposal, being that the proposal included segments and mixed use segments of and mixed use streets in the application. And so the discussion centered around our very specific comment that all streets were required to be pedestrian oriented.
One of STCA's witnesses, actually, let me back up. You've been here for pretty much all the testimony provided thus far in the hearing, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Okay. One of STCA's witnesses, I think it was Mr. Brennan, I could be mistaken on that, but he testified about the A and B street types in the TCIP and suggested that those are similar to or correspond to pedestrian-oriented mixed-use street designations. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes, I do.
Do the A and B street categories in the TCIP correlate directly to pedestrian-oriented and mixed-use street designations?
No, they don't, not to my knowledge.
Can you explain that?
So yeah, when you're looking at the TCIP and those designations in reference to streets A and B, it's important to distinguish that, you know, those streets as they're laid out and referred to are related to traffic engineering and the volume and capacity associated with those streets as they relate to the town center plan and the circulation plan. As I understand it, these street classifications as A and B are more akin to modes of transportation and transportation engineering for specific average daily trips and you know, those types of calculations as it relates to the town center.
Okay. I'm going to ask you now, and we're going to be dealing with a few different exhibits here in a moment. And so what I'm going to do is, what I'd like to ask you about is how many mixed-use designations STCA had at the various phases of the application, including originally at the pre-app, then followed by the original application, then followed by the resubmittal. And so first, I'd like to turn to Exhibit 51. That's the new exhibit that the hearing examiner admitted yesterday. That was the pre-app packet. Mm-hmm. And on page 28 of that exhibit, I don't have a hard copy handy, I don't think. Maybe I do. So let me know when you've got to Exhibit 51 at 28.
Give me just 1 second here. Getting there. Okay, I have it up.
Excellent. Looking at that schematic on Exhibit 51 at page 28, that's the pre-application plan. Can you tell me how many streets and/or street segments overall were designated mixed use in the project area at the time of pre-app?
So for mixed use, on this plan, it looks like 3.
Okay, and so on that same plan, how many streets and or segments were designated mixed use that served the proposed townhouses at the time?
I'm just seeing 1.
Okay, now I'd like to move to Exhibit 13J.
Okay.
And we're going to page 35 on 13J.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you the same questions. First question is, how many streets or street segments on 13J at 35 were designated mixed use for the entire project?
Mixed use, correct?
Correct.
So it looks like 2.
You mean
2 entire streets and I might have. Did you ask for segments?
I'm asking for entire streets and segments.
Oh, and segments.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry about that.
Which page of the exhibit are we on?
We're on 35 of Exhibit 13J.
Thank you.
And the question again, Mr. Hankins, is how many streets and street segments? So if an entire street is designated mixed use, let me know that's one entire street. And then if there's segments of streets, let me know the segments.
Okay. So what I'm seeing here is 2 entire streets and 6 segments.
Okay. And in that original application 13J, how many streets and or street segments were designated mixed use that serve the proposed townhouses?
So this is kind of on the west portion of the site. Looks like 1 entire street and 4 segments.
Okay. And then now I'd like to move to Exhibit 35P.
Is Mr. Hankins counting Southeast 4th as one of the segments?
Yes, that is correct.
Is community development going to argue that Southeast 4th should be a pedestrian-oriented street, even though the city's rebuilt it as probably something else? If it's not, we ought to leave Southeast 4th out of all these arguments.
Yes, that's a very good point, Mr. Examiner. Yeah, and that's my mistake. I would agree with that assessment because Southeast 4th is looked at differently than the streets that would be associated with the proposed development.
So the 1 street and 3 segments.
That's correct.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the correction. So now we're going to 35P at page 4.
Okay.
And the same question as before on 35P at page 4. For the entire project area, how many segments and or entire streets were designated as mixed use? And this is the final application that the city reviewed and denied.
So mixed use, I'm seeing 2 segments.
And is there any entire streets or just 2 segments?
Just 2 segments.
Okay, so I want to clarify them because what I'm looking at, I see on the left-hand side, I see 2 dotted yellow lines, and on the right-hand side, I see 2 dotted yellow lines that form a perpendicular. So I just want to clarify.
Yes, thank you. I missed that. So that's 1 entire street.
Okay, so just to make a clear record here, how many segments and how many streets are pedestrian-oriented?
So 1 entire street is designated as pedestrian-oriented, and then 3 segments on this plan.
Okay, and same question with respect to mixed-use streets that serve the townhouses.
For the townhouses, just 2 segments.
Okay, thank you. So at the original pre-app phase, the city told Stca that they all needed to be pedestrian-oriented. And they subsequently submitted an application that included more mixed use. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And then after the city reviewed the application, the original submittal, the city again told them all streets need to be pedestrian-oriented. And they came back with an application that still had more mixed-use streets than the pre-app application materials, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Can I direct your attention to Exhibit 35 at pages 5 to 6?
Okay.
Let me just check this. And I think, just for clarification, that might be 35A. It looks like there's some sub-tabs in there. I'm not positive. My tabs might be a little messed up here. Let me just see. Yeah, it's 35A.
Oh, 35A, okay.
And again, we're on page 5 to 6 of 35A. And if you look down at the kind of bottom of page 5, it says, if the city still believes every street and segment in the A1 zone and A2 and A3 zones must be exclusively pedestrian-oriented designation, we will modify the plans so that all the A1 streets and segments are pedestrian-oriented and make the necessary adjustments. Did the city ever tell STCA that all the streets in the A2 and A3 zones needed to be pedestrian-oriented?
In the A2 and A3 zones, no.
Okay. So what do you make of this offer from STCA when they resubmitted their June 2020 submittal?
Well, to be honest, you know, I guess my take on it would be is that we wanted to see that in the revised materials associated with the application, and we had talked about it extensively, and unfortunately we still, with the last resubmittal, did not see those revisions made in the plan set.
Thank you. I'd like to move on now to the alley topic.
Okay.
STCA has proposed using alleys, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Can you explain where those alleys are and what their purpose is?
So yes, the alleys are proposed to serve the proposed townhomes and be included as part of the overall vehicular circulation network associated with the application. They connect to the, I guess the larger streets, to put it simply, in a fairly linear format, and were intended to serve the backside of the townhomes, and I believe the backside included garages and would be considered the primary access for the units.
Okay. Is it fair to say that the city has concerns regarding those alleys?
Yes, that is a fair assessment.
Is that an understatement?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear here, these alleys, there would be no need for the alleys but for the townhouses, is that right?
As proposed, yes, that is correct.
Okay. So I want to talk about the alleys then and the city's concerns, specifically starting with the fire code issues. And so it's my understanding that the city concluded that the alleys proposed to serve the townhouses do not meet fire code requirements. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, that is correct. I might want to clarify though, there were some portions of the alleys based on their relationship to the street that did comply, but the majority of the alleys that were serving the townhomes do not.
Excellent. I really appreciate the clarification, Mr. Hankins. So I have the various SMC code provisions and the fire code provisions available and handy. I can pull those up and put them on screen so folks can see them as needed. But before I do anything like that, I wanted to just get you to explain, can you explain generally what the problem is with the alleys, the majority of the alleys, I understand not every single one, but most of them, and how they don't meet fire code requirements?
Sure. So what it comes down to is, and we've had a lot of discussions about this, and like I said, there are some areas and some portions that are in conformance, but we have been hung up on this issue of a fire apparatus access road and the minimum paving width associated with that. In general, the alleys have continued to be proposed at 16 feet wide pavement width, and in cases where the fire marshal has indicated that those streets would need to be designed as fire apparatus access roads, they would be required to be paved a minimum of 20 feet in order to provide emergency vehicle access, fire truck access, and sustain the weight and size of those vehicles.
Okay, and we had talked earlier, I think in your testimony, that under the UZVP criteria, one of the criteria is compliance with 21A of the SMC. And do you know whether there's any provision in SMC 21 that requires compliance with the fire code, which is Title 1605?
Yes.
Okay. Is that so? If I could, I'll try to spare the examiner reading provisions and stuff, but I would like to say that SMC 21A 080 that requires the compliance with Title 16, SMC Title 16. And then,
excuse me, could you give the citation again? I think you left a chapter out. You gave a title number and a section number, but you missed it.
Oh, I think you're right. I think I missed it. So give me a second. Let me see if I can get that.
I don't think the Sammamish code has 3-digit chapter numbers.
No, I think you're right. Give me 1 second. It's sorry about that. It's 21A 60080. And that provision requires compliance with SMC Title 16. And then within SMC 16, the fire code is 1605. And just generally for everyone's reference, 1605 130 adopts the International Fire Code, or at least most of the International Fire Code, and then it adopts some provisions with amendments. So, and those are the provisions I'd like to take a look at, if I can pull those up on the screen and confirm with Mr. Hankins some of the requirements.
Sure.
So, so first, could we pull up Appendix D of the 2015 International Fire Code? And one other note for council and the hearing examiner: the city's fire code that was applicable, the International Fire Code that was applicable at the time of the application, was the 2015 version. After the application decision was issued, the city issued or adopted the 2018 International Fire Code. My understanding from looking at it is I don't believe there's any differences that are operative here. So it's the same fire code provisions that apply. But I wanted to mention it.
Did you include, Mr. White, did you include this as an exhibit in the record? Oh, I see. Can you, so I believe these are for purchase codes. It might be valuable.
You know what? Yeah, they're available online now at this codes site, both the 2015 and the 2018. I had thought you would have to purchase them as well, but I was able to access them. So.
Would you kindly circulate that code site or the website during the break?
Yeah, of course. Okay, so I wanted to go to Appendix D of the 2015 International Fire Code at Section D102. Mr. Hankins, is that the provision that requires that structures be accessible by a fire access road?
Yes, that has to do with access and loading, and that is correct.
Okay. Now I want to go to Sammamish Municipal Code 1605-130. And for reference, this provision adopts 50311 of the International Fire Code. We don't need to go there. Or actually, let me reframe that. Give me 1 second. Yeah, let's go to 1605-130 and I'm sorry, give me 1 second. My notes are scribbled here.
I would note for the record that since this is being pulled offline, the citation is going to say that the 2018 version's adopted.
Right.
Understand your question. Excuse me, you didn't testify. Your explanation.
Thank you. Would it be possible to have just a minute? My citations are messed up here, and I want to make sure I get you to the right place.
Why don't we, it's early, but why don't we take our mid-morning break and we'll give you 10 minutes. Is that enough?
I think that'll be more than enough, yeah.
Okay, we'll stand at recess for our mid-morning break. It's 10:14. We'll reconvene at 10:24.
Thank you. Okay, we got that one. Something's wrong here. I can't tell what it is.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you and welcome back. It's 10:24 a.m. on July 15, 2021. This is the start of session 18 in the appeal hearing of UZDP 2019-00562. Mr. Whited, you may continue your examination of Mr. Hankins, who is reminded that he's still under oath.
Thank you, and thank you for the brief break to get the code section citations corrected. That SMC 1605, it adopts a lot of the fire code provisions verbatim as are unaltered, but then it has some specific provisions it modifies and adopts separately. So I wanted to make sure I got it right. If we could pull up section 503.11 of the International Fire Code. And Mr. Hankins, are you familiar with this provision?
Yes, I am.
I'm not seeing the provision.
It hasn't been shared with the rest of us. There.
Oh, okay, it's up on our, there you go.
There we go. Thank you.
Maybe this is a good time to interpose my objection as to relevancy for this line of questioning. There was no fire code concerns raised in the decision apart from minimum width.
The response to that, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is that the minimum width flows from the access, that the fact that there has to be an access road. I'm showing the 150-foot requirement because, among other things, STCA's plan documents that we were looking at, it was either yesterday or the day before, they had 150-foot circles that showed kind of, that were measured from the fire hydrant zone. And I wanted to show this provision to show that the 150 feet is measured not from the fire hydrants, but from the trucks. And so the requirement for the fire access road then turns to, you have to have a road that gets you within 150 feet. And then the next step is the road has to be 20 feet. And then the next step is the road has to be paved. So there's several interrelated provisions.
May I respond? Oh, Mr. Felt, may I respond? I believe this is actually important.
Well, it may be, but your witness has made a big deal about the fire circles and the radius and all that stuff for fire coverage.
I believe that was primarily on cross-examination. We've been trying to figure out what this is relevant to in the decision this whole time. So,
well, I think I think fire access is pretty relevant.
Objection overruled. Objection overruled.
Okay, so Mr. Hankins, is this the provision that requires that the fire trucks be able to get within 150 feet on an access road?
Yes, it is.
Okay. The next provision I want to flip to is SMC 1605-130-21. And this is a provision the city adopted specifically different than the fire code.
And that's 16, say it again, please.
1605-130, paragraph 21.
Thank you.
Okay, and I think we've connected the dots now and gone through. It took a little bit of time to go through this whole thing to get to the 20 feet, but now here's where the 20 feet is. Is that right, Mr. Hankins?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and then one more provision, which is 503.2.3 of the International Fire Code.
I'm terribly sorry. Could you just slow down a little bit so we can keep up with your citations, Mr. Whited?
Yeah, happy to, and I can repeat it too. So this is the International Fire Code, section 503.2.3.
And I'm really sorry, but the last one was 5.03.11 sub 21.
The last one was SMC 1605.130.21. Yeah, and that's part of the reason it's a little bit confusing, because there's bits and pieces from both codes that kind of interrelate.
I get it.
So, Mr. Hankins, your requirement that the road, that the decision called out the fact that it needs to be paved to 20 feet, is this the provision that essentially requires the pavement to 20 feet?
Yes, it is.
And what's the reason for that?
So it's a requirement basically to support the loads or the weight of fire apparatus, and it's also a provision to ensure that it's an all-weather driving surface that will be accessible even in inclement weather conditions.
Okay, thank you. Can we flip back to SMC 23B 95050?
23B?
Yeah, 21B.
21B. Okay. And
95.
23B, so 21B. Then what? What's the chapter?
95050 2C.
Thank you.
Yeah. Mr. Hankins, does this provision also, this is the vehicle circulation principle, does this provision here also relate to the fire access issue?
Yes, it is. It's one of the criteria that we would look at.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, I want to go back to something I spoke about a moment ago. Were you here when a STCA witness was testifying about a schematic? I think it was Exhibit 35P sheet. I've got the sheet number. I don't know if I know the Bates page number, but it was C8.02, that had some green circles on it, and it showed measurements from fire hydrants. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And can you describe what that schematic depicted?
Sure. So, yeah, that plan sheet demonstrates a distance from the proposed fire hydrants that would be located on site, and it was depicted in I guess a radius associated with the distance of 150 feet.
Okay, but that doesn't do anything to address the fire access lane requirements, does it?
No, it does not.
Okay, and when I was looking at that schematic, it looked to me, and I'm asking you if this is correct, that even in the schematics they provided, the radius of the reach from the fire hydrants did not cover all of the townhome area. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. If you look at that drawing, and then you look at the references to the fire code sections, and kind of the technical details of that hose pull distance, and I think hose pull was used in the testimony that I recall hearing, has to extend all the way to the furthest point of any structure on site in order to adequately serve it for fire protection. And the diagram that was provided clearly showed that there's going to be significant gaps in those measurements, and that those distances don't actually cover the requirements for getting to the backside of those structures.
Let me ask you another question.
Which page are we looking at?
It was the page that STCA's witness testified to. I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, but it was Exhibit 35P P, and I've got the sheet number. The sheet number was sheet C8.02. I'm not sure of the Bates stamp number. It's I'm being told that the Bates stamp number is 18.
I stumbled on Bates 22 while I was trying to find it, and that's a composite.
Yeah, I think it's Bates stamp 18 and 35P. It's the one with the green circles.
Right. Would you look at 22? Does this make any difference? I'm not quite sure what all. We got fire hydrant service area, 150-foot commercial, 300-foot radius residential. I remember them talking about how when Brownstone West was built, if it ever got built, that would solve the gap at the back of what shows on.
Got you. Yeah, I think that other schematic might be for Brownstone East, I think you're right. I think there's two different schematics there. One's for Brownstone East and one's for Brownstone West.
I'm getting confused with fire circles.
Did you have a specific question you wanted me to try to address, Mr. Hearing Examiner?
No.
Okay. Another thing I wanted to ask about, Mr. Hankins, is with townhouses that share common walls and are kind of lined up, does that create any particular issues in terms of fire access?
Yes, it does. And I just quickly, we've been talking a lot about the fire issues. I just wanted to make sure that it's clear that I'm not the fire marshal. These are, me as the project lead summarizing the comments that were received from the fire marshal in regards to these application materials. And I'm sorry, Josh, the question again?
The question was just, do townhouses present unique difficulties in terms of fire access?
Okay, yes. So as we've discussed with the fire marshal and with STCA, the hose poles as described associated with whenever you have common wall units or common wall buildings with multiple units, you obviously can't go straight through the building, or if there's no side yards or space between the buildings, it poses additional challenges in regards to being able to meet the code to get the fire hose to the furthest point in the backside of a building. I guess in other words, to simplify it, it's not a direct route. You have to go around things in order to meet that code requirement.
Okay, thank you. I want to turn now, you mentioned the fire comments, and I wanted to turn now to Exhibit 9 at 22.
Okay.
Okay, at the top of page 22 of Exhibit 9, there are comments there from the fire department. It's listed as Mark Lawrence, Fire Marshal. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and this is at the pre-application phase notes. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so the 20-foot wide issue had been identified early on for STCA by the fire department. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now I'd like to go on to Exhibit 20D at 7.
Okay, I have it.
Okay.
I apologize, Mr. Whited. I was reading the fire marshal's comment when you gave the citation that you wanted us to go to next. Would you repeat it, please?
It's 20D at 7.
Thank you.
1 second. And those are additional comments from the fire department. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And this is at the general or at the original application phase. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
Okay. I want to turn now to 35Q. And before that, I guess I want to say, how did STCA respond to the comments in its resubmittal regarding the fire the fire access issues?
They indicated that they understood and that the plans had been revised in accordance with the comment.
Okay. Had the plans been revised to provide 20-foot fire lanes or fire access roads?
No, not in their entirety.
Okay, and
objection. I'm just going to object that maybe the question is vague. Otherwise, we need to look at the plans because I believe this is mischaracterizing the exhibits.
Okay.
Perhaps we can clarify width, pavement versus lanes, or some clarity there.
Yes, you can ask them to clarify, or you can ask them on cross-exam. But we are prepared to go to Exhibit 35Q in any event to look at the comment and how they responded. And the next document up was the actual plan sheet.
What page?
So
35Q.
So 35Q at 16. And if you look on 35Q at 16, you'll see the fire code or the fire comment, which is on row 105, that all roads are fire lanes. And then Mr. Hankins testified a moment ago that their response was understood. I can have the witness read in the fire comment in that row 105. I'd be happy to do that if you'd like to hear the full comment there.
Are you waiting for me?
I'm sorry. I just wanted to know if it was okay to have the witness read in the fire comment on row 105.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Could you read the comment on row 105 of page 16 of Exhibit 35Q?
Yes, I can. The comment is, all roads are fire lanes and shall be 20-foot wide minimum. All vaults and road surfaces shall be designed to support fire ladder truck outriggers.
And what's the reference that the fire department provided on that?
The 2015 International Fire Code, or IFC.
And what was STCA's response?
The response was understood. See revised plans.
Okay, thank you. Now let's go to the revised plans, which are 35P at 11.
Okay.
And Mr. Hankins, if you look in the bottom left-hand corner of 35P11, can you tell me what that shows?
Yeah, it shows a paved alley width of 16 feet.
And that's in the revised plan submitted by STCA?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. In addition to the written comments that were provided to STCA that we've gone over here today about the requirement for the 20-foot fire access, do you recall any conversations with STCA about that issue?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me about those?
Yeah, we, in our follow-up meetings that we've discussed quite a bit through the testimony, this was one of the items that STCA identified as something that they wanted to discuss. It was something that was talked about at least at 2 meetings that I can recall, possibly 3.
Okay. STCA cited in its pre-hearing brief in this matter, on page 6 of its pre-hearing brief, it cited to figure 0108 of the 2016 Public Works Standards, and they described that image, quote, showing a 20-foot alley width and 16 feet of pavement, end quote. Are you familiar with that schematic that they cited in their opening brief?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Does that schematic mean that Public Works requires it to be paved to only 16 feet?
Just to clarify the question, we're looking at the roadway section.
The figure 0108, which is the one that STCA cited.
Yes.
In its brief.
Yes, that is the roadway section for a typical alley in the Public Works Standards.
Okay, and so that's for a typical alley.
Yes.
Does that mean that STCA can build their alleys to 16 feet because the Public Works Standard has that image in it?
In this case, no. In situations where you're looking at designated fire lanes, the fire lanes, I guess would replace the standards, the roadway section for a typical alley, based on the requirements that are more restrictive at the 20-foot width.
And so is this image in Public Works, is that, you'd mentioned typical alley, is that the kind of alley you would have if you have a major street with fire access to a structure?
Yes, it would be. If it's not designated as a fire lane, then yes, this would be an appropriate standard to follow.
Okay, I'd like to move on now to the Public Works standards. So in addition to concluding that there was inadequate fire access, can you explain what the city concluded about the alleys with respect to not complying with the 2016 Public Works Standards?
So just to clarify, would that be, our entire, all of our comments related to the alleys in regards to them not conforming, such as some of the other design criteria?
I guess what I'm asking is how did the alleys not comply with the Public Works Standards?
Oh, I see. So in this case, I'm looking at my diagram again here.
Could we pull up, while we're here, could we pull up Chapter 9.3A of the 2016 Public Works Standards?
Okay.
Or I guess it's Chapter 9.3A is the subsection.
Chapter 9, subsection 9.3, alley?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And the ones we're going to focus on to begin with are paragraphs A and F of 9.3 alleys.
Well, hang on a minute. That's on page 49.
That's correct. We've also now got it up on the screen.
We have it on my screen.
Okay, so Mr. Hankins, what I'd like you to walk through is what were the problems with the alleys that they proposed in terms of the public works standards. Okay. And I've pulled up 9.3 of the public works standards on alleys.
Thank you for that clarification. That helps jog my memory. So when we looked at Chapter 9.3 I of the public works standards, there's a couple of provisions that were very applicable. One of those was that alleys were not allowed to contain intersections or 90 degree bends. And this was something that we had continued to work through with Stca in discussion and continued to let them know that that was an issue and that was something that would need to be addressed in their plans. The 90-degree turns are generally a public safety issue and a vehicular circulation issue, and two things that are very important in obviously the public works standards and in our review criteria. So the other, well, and I guess I'm looking at the plan here too as I speak, but the proposed intersections that included the 90-degree bends were shown for alley A, B, and D, I believe, which were included as part of the revisions that were submitted on June 22nd, which is the Exhibit 35P.
Okay, and just to clarify, the 90-degree bends, you said that was paragraph I of 9.3?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. What other issues were there with respect to the alleys and noncompliance?
Yeah, so the other big issue that we identified was that some of the alleys were acting as the primary access for the townhouse units, and again, by design and associated with standards for alleys, we'd indicated that this was not acceptable, that alleys are only allowed if the lot or the dwelling unit has frontage on a public street and the alley truly is a secondary access to the property. So again,
thank you.
Pardon? Who's speaking? I have no idea. Okay, keep going, Mr. Hankins. Whoever that was, please don't interrupt, folks.
The mystery voice.
And with the screen being shared like this, I can't really tell who may still have their mic on. I'm not seeing. Caller 8 still has their audio on, so whoever caller 8 is, if you'd be kind enough to mute your I guess you're on a phone. Maybe you can't mute it, but if that was you, please don't do it again. If it wasn't you, don't worry about it.
Sure.
So you mentioned that the townhouses, the alleys are supposed to be secondary access only. Is that the idea?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and which of those public works standard paragraphs would that be? Is it A and F?
Chapter, yes, 9.3 A and F.
Okay. And you mentioned that you'd communicated this to Stca, and as I guess I'd like to walk through the communications on that as well so that we make a record on it. So let's go to Exhibit 9 at 17, paragraph 10. And again, that's Exhibit 9, page 17, paragraph 10, and this is in the pre-application phase. Can you read that 2 sentences there, Mr. Hankins?
Certainly. Give me just 1 second here to catch up. Exhibit 9 just got lost.
I think we're having a minor computer issue at the moment, so please bear with us. Can we just hand you the hard copy, Mr. Hankins?
Yeah, that would be great. I apologize. I had the Exhibit 9, the pre-app information up, and now I seem to have lost it, or it is misplaced.
Technology is wonderful sometimes, huh?
Hard copies back up.
Okay, so we're looking at Exhibit 9, page 17, paragraph 10.
Okay.
That should be the comment. That's like you're reading.
I've got it here. So, yes, I can read it. The placement of any alley must meet the 2016 Public Works Standards. As shown, several alleys are marked as wooners, but function as alleys.
Okay. And then when the city reviewed the original application, were there a number of comments in the review of the original application that focused on public works standards?
Yes, there was.
More than one, more than two?
Yes, several.
Okay.
Certainly more than two.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I'd refer everyone to Exhibits 20A and 20D. So, Mr. Hankins, do you feel like the city was at all unclear with Stca about needing to provide 20-foot alleys for fire access?
Yes, very clear.
I think maybe I asked the question one way and you answered a different way, but just to confirm, you're saying the city's direction was clear to Stca?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
The city was very clear in our comments and discussions about what was required.
Okay, so Stca and its witnesses have suggested that the city somehow told it that the public works standards don't apply to the alleys. Have you heard them? Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and they're relying on Exhibit 26 at 7, and so I'm going to pull that.
26.
Can you put that one on the screen, possibly?
Yeah, I think so. We can do that. Exhibit 26 at page 7. And specifically, it's row 4, which is a big row, the big center row.
If easier, if it's easier to put it on the screen, we can have Dean Williams do the.
Let me see. Just give us 1 second here. They're trying.
It'll just be helpful.
Maybe just give Dean Williams access and he can put 26.
It's the matrix.
And again, we're looking at 26D, page 7, or no, not 26D, 26.
Page 7, which row?
Page 7, row 4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have that pulled up now on your screen, Mr. Hankins?
I almost hate to say it, but no, I don't. I'm sorry.
I'll copy this and give them.
Having an issue with some exhibit numbers here.
We can blow this
It's up on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you can blow it up.
Is it on the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Whited, feel free to ask Dean to shift it around however you want. He's got to zoom in.
Maybe just see if you can make it any bigger. We're giving him a hard copy as well.
Okay, I can see it now. So
Okay, he's got a copy now. Is that correct, Mr. Hankins?
yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
Okay, so the allegation has essentially been that from STCA that the city told it public works standards don't apply to the alleys. And if you look at Exhibit 26, Row 7, there's some language in the comments, the initial comments that are in black from the city that are in response to a question seeking clarification from applicant STCA.
Yes.
Can you explain that explanation and what you were discussing and talking about there? What the issue was?
Yes, I recall. This is there was some discussion and questions and clarification in regards to the applicability of what public works standards apply.
Okay, and was this response here, was it focused on a particular issue?
Yeah, this was alleys and also block lengths associated with the project.
Okay, so could you read the first, I guess the first comment that's in black? And I think this is, bear with me, I think these comments here are important given the allegations. So if you could read the first comment there in intersection spacing.
Yeah, and can we make that just a little bigger? I'm getting the text cut off, like the last few words.
A little smaller?
Or smaller, I mean, yeah, a little smaller. Or maybe we can just, oh, there we go. Perfect, thank you. Intersection spacing, block lengths, and alley lengths are to be based on the more restrictive requirement when there is a conflict as directed by code.
Keep going.
Okay. Therefore, this requires the application of the interim street standards for Sammamish Town Center. And there's an identification of Resolution 2010-431. Section 9.3 of the 2016 Sammamish Public Works Standards does not apply. Note, interim street standards for Sammamish Town Center G, that might be a typo, requires mid-block pedestrian crossings for blocks extending more than 250 feet, which was not addressed in the current proposal. Further, the proposal is required to not exceed a total of 30 units on any one alley.
Okay. Question, was this comment focused on intersection spacing and pedestrian crossings?
Yes.
Okay. What STCA has alleged is that sentence, which reads Section 9.3 of the Sammamish Public Works Standards does not apply, was somehow a statement by the city that that standard does not apply at all to the alleys. Can you clarify what the intent was when the city made that comment?
I'm just going to object as this paragraph appears to be written by another city staff member, so I don't believe foundation's been laid as to how Mr. Hankins would know the intent behind this statement.
He's one of the heads of the team for the city of Sammamish. He's the one that compiles and assembles the comments and puts them together and consults with the various departments. And I think he has more than enough foundation to testify to why this comment was made. And in fact,
I'm ready to roll.
Good. Yes.
If you would rephrase the question and ask him what he interpreted that paragraph to mean, I would allow it. Otherwise, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, could you tell us what you interpreted that paragraph to mean?
Yes. So I interpret it to mean that there's two sets of very specific standards related to public works that are applicable for a project like this. One of those is the 2016 Sammamish Public Works Standards, and the other is the interim public works standards related to town center.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, if the interim town center street design standards don't address a subject, does the city dispense with all public works requirements in the 2016 Public Works standards?
No, they do not. So the interim town center standards don't, for practical purpose and the purposes of administration and review of plans and what standards apply, do not supplant the 2016 Public Works standards.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, but if there's a specific interim town center and street design standard that's different from the Public Works standards, which do you apply?
Generally, it'd be the more restrictive.
Okay, and I'd like to direct you to the note about update following 5/14/20 meeting.
Yes.
If you look in there, could you just read maybe the first 3 sentences of that or so?
Sure.
Thanks.
In addition to the previous comments, intersection spacing and access management is critical to the design, implementation, and management of, I just lost it.
Don't you have it in hard copy, Mr. Hankins?
No, I'm sorry, that was our error. We'll bring it right back. Apologies.
I do have the hard copy too here now. Back up. If it helps.
There you go.
Okay.
Would you like me to start over?
Just start over, please.
Okay. In addition to the previous comments, intersection spacing and access management is critical to the design, implementation, and management of entry and exit points. For example, driveways, entrances, or exits between streets, alleys, and adjacent properties. These entry and exit points are required to be managed by careful planning regarding their location, the types of turning movements allowed, and, if appropriate, traffic barriers that provide or prohibit access to the driveways.
Keep going, please.
Developing and implementing effective access management is required per code and Public Works standards to provide effective access management strategies that promote or improve safety.
Okay, thank you. So that comment was made after the prior comment that appears in black text, is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that was made after your meeting, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, and there in that comment, you referenced complying with Public Works standards again, correct?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hankins, I think we might have already covered this, but I just want to make sure. Did the June 2020 resubmitted application configure the alleys to provide adequate vehicle access circulation?
No, it did not.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Hankins, I'd like to move on now to the townhouse issue. The city concluded the STCA's proposed townhouses did not meet the planning principle for building and scale and compatibility and doesn't comply with the town center land use goal 2.3 and housing goal 3.1. Is that right?
That is right.
Okay. I'd like us to take a look at each of those provisions specifically. So could we pull up first the SMC 21B95? And it's 0506.
Okay, I have it.
Okay, so this is the 21B95050 is the building scale and compatibility, UZDP planning principle, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, can you tell us what this principle examines, what you're looking at?
Sure.
Objection, this would call for a legal conclusion unless it's an as-applied question.
Huh? I'm asking him to tell us what they look at when they're looking at the building scale and compatibility principle when they're evaluating that. That's within his planning expertise. I mean, I don't know how could he evaluate the application otherwise?
I agree. Objection overruled.
Okay, so Mr. Hankins, it's up on the screen there now too. I just want you to explain this. When I read I'm an attorney, not a planner. When I read the vehicle circulation one, I understood that pretty clearly. It was very straightforward to me. When I read this one, it seems to be a more, I guess, planning professional topic,
Objection.
and I didn't understand it as well.
Counsel seems to be testifying. Could we just ask a question?
Sustained.
Mr. Hankins, can you tell us what you look at under building compatibility and scale?
Yeah, certainly. So generally, we're going to be looking at the town center plan for one, and even the town center infrastructure plan in regards to looking at the proposed land uses and the associated buildings with those land uses, and the compatibility not only with the comprehensive plan and also the town center infrastructure plan, but also the code. We're looking at issues like the placement of those buildings, their location, the orientation of those buildings to other buildings on site, or even buildings that would be adjacent to or across a proposed street. We look at the design of those buildings and the massing of those buildings in reference to surrounding uses. And I guess that's probably a pretty good summary, I guess, as far as what we would be looking for.
Okay, and does the building scale and compatibility, I noticed that in paragraph B of there's reference to a wedding cake formation that I think some of STCA, at least one of STCA's witnesses, talked about recently in their testimony. Are you familiar with the wedding cake formation?
Yes, it's one of the goals, in the town center plan.
Okay, I'm going to ask you more about the wedding cake formation later, but I want to turn now. I just want to get the town center plan land use goal 2.3.
Okay.
So could we try to pull up the town center plan land use goal 2.3? Town center plan land use goal 2.3. It might be objective, maybe. Or no, goals and policies 30, page 30, maybe. Okay. So, Mr. Hankins, this is one of the provisions that the decision referred to in the context of denying the application on building scale and compatibility principles. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And it also refers to a wedding cake approach?
Yes, it does.
Okay, can we also go real quick to Town Center Plan Housing Goal 3.1? I don't know if the housing goals are below or above. I think they're below because they're 3.1. So
the number wouldn't matter.
Sure.
It's the topic.
Page 89. Page 89. Okay. So the decision also cited housing goal 3.1. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
And I again see a reference to this wedding cake formation. Mm-hmm. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So can you describe? I want to understand what the wedding cake approach or concept or formation is, or what the best reference is. I've seen it referenced a couple different ways, but can you explain the wedding cake?
Sure. So it's an interesting term, I think, that's utilized and something that most folks can relate to when they kind of think about planning and looking at the layout and the uses that are associated with site development. So the wedding cake approach generally looks at taking the various designations of land uses or what could potentially be built within a zone, and establishes sort of a focal point or a starting point, which in this case with the wedding cake analogy would be, the top of the cake. And that is generally going to be, and again, I'm being very general about this, but the top of the cake is generally going to be your most high and most intense uses as a starting point. And when I say high and intense, and in this case of a town center or a town center plan, it's in reference to generally the more retail services, uses that would support either commercial uses associated with the site, or even as you get further out, some of the residential aspects of the site or the actual zones within the town center plan. So again, your most highest intense use is generally started at the top, or your focal point, and then from there you move out into more of a kind of a less intense use as you kind of step down within the cake. And with that less intense use often comes more what we'd call transitioning between one use to the other. So in this case, in general terms, when you get out into those second layers, you're stepping down from your base commercial layer, and then you're stepping down into more of like a mix of residential and commercial, and then the next step would be to possibly transition into just residential of a higher density, and then transition once again into residential that might take the form of a lower density. So I hope I'm kind of projecting, I guess, what that generally would look at. In the town center plan, there were 4 distinct nodes that were to be the top of the wedding cake, and then from there, the various zones from the outside or from the inside going out support what I was describing about general land uses and lowering that intensity as you get out and transition.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. So the question I have then is, does the STCA proposal, which includes a large number of townhouses in the area that they are of the TCA1 zone, conform to the wedding cake approach?
So, yeah, we've looked at that very extensively through this review process and have had many discussions with STCA about it. And I think the one thing that has been a disconnect is that we have always looked at the wedding cake approach as an issue related to the zoning designations within the town center as you start with, as I said, in the middle and move out. It's been my understanding, and even listening to the testimony throughout this hearing process and in the discussions we've had with STCA, is that they've been primarily focused on that this wedding cake concept is all within a singular zone. So that has created a disagreement between us. So to answer your question, when we get to the point of looking at the townhomes as the next layer in the cake, when you move out of the intense commercial area and the mixed use area that's proposed, does not comply or does not meet these goals for the wedding cake approach.
Okay, and you'd mentioned some of the testimony the STCA provided about the wedding cake, and so I think Mr. Zinser, it was, testified to the effect that the TCA1 zone, that within the TCA1 zone there should be a step down, and that the townhouses provide that step down. Do you agree with that?
No. No, that's not something we would agree with. And again, it gets into looking at the zoning classification of itself as the central or the core or the top of the wedding cake concept. When you're transitioning from the core commercial areas and mixed use, we would be looking at something more along the lines of a combination of residential and commercial in a mixed use format that isn't so of an abrupt edge as the townhomes as they are proposed. And again, looking at it with the approach of the wedding cake as described in the comprehensive or in the town center plan as general guidance for that as it relates to the various land uses proposed.
Can you explain? I don't think we've covered this ground, but can you explain generally what the TCA1 zone is and how it's supposed to be developed under the city's plans and policies?
So yeah, generally the TCA1 zone, if you look at the town center plan and the town center infrastructure plan and even the code, is the core mixed use area for the town center. That core mixed use area is focused on pedestrian activities that are supportive of that core mixed use area. Not only pedestrian, but just general uses, commercial in nature, things along those lines that would kind of create that focal point and be the top of the cake, so to speak, again, in regards to how the land use patterns are developed based on that underlying zone of TCA1.
Do you recall how many townhouses STCA is proposing in the resubmittal?
I believe the current number is at 48.
Okay. And how many groupings of townhouses is that? Do you recall?
I think it's about 6 or 8 separate buildings.
Okay. And is 6 or 8 buildings of townhouses adding up to 48 townhouses, is that consistent with your interpretation of the city's planning documents for the TCA1 zone?
No, it's not.
Do you consider does the city consider, or do you consider the townhouses multifamily?
No, we do not consider townhouses as multifamily. Townhouses in general are looked at as more akin to single-family residential development, and in a fairly dense format. They share a common wall within each unit, and most of the buildings are including 4 to 6 units associated with this particular proposal. But in general, a townhome or townhome structure is more like a single-family residence. And in this case as well, not only the building structure itself, but the ownership pattern, the lots that are associated with these townhomes, as proposed by STCA, are set up to be fee simple lots that would be recorded and individually owned by each owner of the townhome unit. So I think there's certainly a distinguishing difference between what would be considered multifamily and single family as it relates to townhomes.
Okay. Mr. Hankins, I think it was yesterday during testimony, there was some discussion about the city's comment letter on the original application. It's Exhibit 20 at page 2. I don't know that you need to go there. I just want to read a sentence from it. Okay. The sentence reads, "The townhouses proposed adjacent to 224th Avenue Southeast as part of this project proposal are not likely feasible." Do you recall that comment?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did STCA ever ask the city for clarification regarding that comment in writing or verbally?
I do not, to my knowledge. I don't think so.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, you're aware of the table in the SMC 21B 20040 that classifies townhouses as, quote, a permitted use in part of an adopted unified zone development plan, end quote, in the TCA1 zone. Are you familiar with that provision?
Yes, very familiar.
Okay. So STCA has pointed to that provision and the fact that the city acknowledged it in its Prehab comments that were provided earlier. From your perspective, does the fact that the city acknowledged that code provision at the Prehab stage mean that STC's application should have been approved under the UZDP decision criteria?
No, it does not.
And can you explain why? Is that related to the planning principles?
Why the decision about why the listed permitted uses in the land use table?
Yeah, I guess I'm asking, it's listed, what STCA is saying is, well, it's listed there as a possible use in the UZDP, but the city still denied it. And I guess, earlier we had looked at the provisions for approval that required that you meet all 4 criteria, and we looked at the planning principles. And I'm just wondering, does the fact that the code specify it mean that the city should be approving it?
No, it does not.
And can you explain that just a little bit more?
Sure. So in this case, when you look at the townhomes as a permitted use, I don't think anyone disagrees with that. It's certainly been acknowledged. But the second part of that is that the townhomes as proposed have to be evaluated as part of the UZDP process in order to be approved. So that's when we get into the very specific criteria that would allow townhomes as part of a proposal in the TCA1 zone.
Mr. Hankins, is it the city's position that there can never be any townhouse in the TCA1 zone?
No, it is not.
Okay. Can you tell me then, what's the problem with the townhouses they're proposing? Is it the volume? Is it the location? Can you come up with a different proposal that might allow for townhouses? Could you speak to that?
Sure. So, again, lots of discussion about the townhomes and the issue, and as we just said, it's not something that would never be allowed. But the context of it is that that it would have to be looked at comprehensively in accordance with the UZDP planning principles, and makes sense in regards to the town center plan and also the TCA1 zone. So I think that for a pedestrian-oriented street and a block such as what is shown for the proposed townhomes, there could be some additional creative abilities to show how that mix of the townhomes with some of the other specified uses that support more pedestrian activity and more commercial and mixed use activity certainly is something that would be considered or something that could be looked at.
So if the townhouses were proposed at a different location or they were blended in with other uses more so than being standalone blocks, is that something that the city would evaluate and then make a determination as to whether or not it might comply with the UZDP criteria?
Yes, we would. And one important note about the circumstances associated with this situation is that, you have a very clear zoning boundary that's associated with TCA1, and then it transitions to a TCB. So again, the city is looking at, the TCA1 zone as predominantly mixed use and pedestrian oriented. And then as you transition out of that zone, you certainly could be into a situation or circumstance where, townhomes would be appropriate.
You had a meeting, or let's recharacterize that. Mr. Brennan testified that you had a meeting where he was at, and you were at, with city engineer and Darcy Donovan, I believe it was. Did you hear that testimony?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was the purpose of that meeting?
So I believe that was in October of 2019, and I do remember that meeting very specifically. And at that time, there was a lot of discussion between myself and other folks here at the city with Mr. Brennan and Stca about their application and submitting their application in the most complete manner that they could. So, and this is pretty common with all large developments. There's a lot of questions that come up as applicants preparing the materials to submit to the city, and they often reach out to either have a quick meeting or even via phone or email to discuss some of the some of the issues they might be having in preparing those materials. So this meeting at the time was looking at design criteria for a stormwater system, and it was intended to well, let me back up a second. I'm sorry. I'm getting a little fatigued here, and that particular meeting, there was a couple of meetings that happened at that time, and I just want to make sure I'm talking about the right one here.
Well, maybe I can help clarify. Yeah. His testimony was that you had a meeting with the city engineer, and at that meeting, Stca mentioned alternative design concepts for a layout of townhouses.
Yes.
And he testified that the city supported the alternative layout. Do you recall that testimony?
I do recall that, yes. Thank you.
Okay. Is that a mischaracterization of that meeting?
I would say yes, it is a mischaracterization.
And can you explain why?
Yeah, so the focus of that particular meeting was, as you said, we were looking at the stormwater system as proposed and going over some of the issues. And this was kind of a carryover from the pre-application review and some of those outstanding questions that were still kind of lingering for Stca to put together their application materials. So at that meeting, I do recall after most of the discussion was over related to the storm system, I do recall Mr. Brennan rolling out a couple of plans or options that was still being kind of bounced around by Stca for purposes of submitting their application. There were a configuration of townhomes proposed in the schematics, and they were kind of just tossed out as kind of a, hey, what do you think about this at the time? And, I quickly looked at what was there and just, made a couple of comments about it. But I certainly did not indicate that was going to be an acceptable, configuration or design going forward through the application process. And in fact, I would never say that, knowing how much review goes on with an application, and not even just from a planning concept, but also from other disciplines that are associated with the review process. Again, there was information shared, and we looked at something. It was just kind of a little, this looks like you're getting closer on the right track or whatnot, but certainly not indicating that it would be acceptable going forward.
Did they leave any schematics with you?
No, nothing was left with us to look at.
And did they have a habit, Stca, of not leaving schematics with you?
I would say yes to that.
We also heard testimony yesterday, I believe it was, concerning roundabouts. That could have been the day before. But I think at least partially yesterday we discussed roundabouts. Do you recall discussions by Stca witnesses about roundabouts?
Yes, I do.
Stca is claiming that the roundabouts have had impacts or implications for how the proposed development of its property should proceed. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you know when the roundabouts that they were talking about were approved?
So yes, they were approved just kind of generally around 2014 or 15. And when I say approved, that was, that was like full design and permitting and all of that. It was capital improvement projects, so the general nature of the project and the location of the roundabouts were certainly approved for moving forward with the permitting process and construction at that time.
Do you know whether that was before or after STCA acquired the property that is the subject of this UZDP application?
It is my understanding that it was before.
Do you know whether or not STCA could seek approval to move or change those roundabouts if it wanted to do so?
Good question. Absolutely. I think as part of their project, developers make capital improvements all the time that are dedicated to the city, or even revisions to existing improvements in order to facilitate their project as necessary.
Do you recall any conversations about that with STCA?
I don't recall anything formal, but it was, yeah, it was, I'm thinking about this. Yes, I do. There was some discussion at some point in regards to just general location. And Josh, I'm sorry, can I back up and clarify that? Was that related to the roundabouts in the sense of how they connect to STCA's proposal, or was it just in general the city's capital improvement project for Southeast 4th?
The question, I think it was, you testified that the roundabouts had already been approved when STCA acquired the property, and I was wondering if there were any discussions with STCA about potentially modifying those roundabouts, because you indicated they could be modified.
Okay. Yeah, thanks for clarifying. Yes, there was one of the meetings I do recall some discussion about just looking at that as if that was a viable option or not. And when I say viable option, that was from STCA's perspective. It was something that the city mentioned that it certainly could happen, and it certainly would be supported, going forward if that was something that STCA was interested in.
Do you know whether STCA ever took any steps to have the roundabouts modified or changed?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Does the existence of the roundabouts change in any way any of the SMC code requirements?
No, it does not.
There was also testimony from STCA over the last few days about a wetland to the north of Lot 3, I believe it was. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
From a city code and city planning perspective, does the wetland across the street from Lot 3 impose any limitations on how Lot 3 can be developed?
No, it does not.
I want to move on now to the ownership boundary issue. I guess I'm trying to think of the best way to characterize this, but maybe just ask the question rather than characterize the issue. Did STCA in their UZDP application include any property that was not owned by STCA?
Yes, they did. There is a strip of city-owned right-of-way that runs on a north-south axis that bisects a portion of the application, or their site, I guess would be a better way to put it.
Okay, and so why is that called out in the decision as an issue?
So the reason it's called out is that it would be considered an encumbrance at this time to their site and to their site development proposal. It's I guess the best way to put it is it's unresolved at this time, and without full ownership of the entire site, just to put it simply, may require some workarounds or modifications to the site to separate out that strip or that portion of unopened public right-of-way that the city actually owns.
So could part of the solution there be a vacation?
Yes.
Okay, and who determines whether or not the city vacates property?
So right-of-way vacations, the application itself starts with our Public Works Department. The Public Works Department, reviews the request and provides and some analysis on some very specific criteria that's in the Public Works standards. And then they make a recommendation to the City Council for ultimate approval or not of an application for a right-of-way vacation.
So your department can't authorize a vacation in a decision that it issues, is that correct?
No, community development cannot.
Do you know whether STCA has requested a vacation from Public Works?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, Mr. Hankins, I'd like to turn now to some of your interactions with STCA, specifically a couple that Mr. Brennan testified to. Mr. Brennan testified that at meetings, the city would present answers to questions it received from the applicant by reading the answers. And he characterized the meetings, I think, using the term not collaborative. Do you agree with how he's characterized those meetings?
So I would not agree with that. I would almost say the opposite. That we have we have been in collaboration significantly throughout this process in regards to identifying issues that needed to be addressed by STCA and communicating with them what those specific issues are, as we've talked about throughout today, and also being more than let's just put it this way, accommodating discussions in regards to comments that we've provided on all of the applications so far to date, and then facilitating meetings and making sure that the necessary resources were available, and that also the folks that were involved in the review and the review comments were available to sit down and have active discussions about the comments and the design issues that had been determined through the review process.
Mr. Hankins, Mr. Brennan also testified to what he said was a phone call between you and him on or around December 12, 2019. And it was related to discussing the neighborhood open house, I think it was. Do you recall a conversation with Mr. Brennan around that time?
Yes, I do.
Mr. Brennan testified that on the call you said something to the effect of, and I think this is a literal quote of what he said, that this was, quote, the most political application you have ever been a part of, end quote. Did you say that?
No, I did not.
Did you ever use the word political in your conversation with Mr. Brennan, Ray the Open House?
I do not recall ever saying anything that along the lines of political, no.
Mr. Brennan also said that you said at the open house, I'm sorry, let me reframe that. Mr. Brennan also suggested that you said during that call that at the open house, staff and the applicant should not look close or closer, or that the applicant, STCA, and the city staff should not look close at the open house. Do you recall anything about that?
Yeah, after Mr. Brennan mentioned that yesterday, some of those details, were coming back as I thought through that. But the nature of that conversation was related to the required open house. It's a regulatory requirement for all applicants within the the TCA zones to conduct an open house as part of their application. And you know, at that time, Mr. Brennan was asking a lot of questions about the format of the meeting and how we think this should go. And at one point, I do recall even suggesting kind of a joint presentation, possibly by the city and STCA. The details I recall about that conversation is that this particular project has a lot of interest from the citizens of Sammamish and the community, and that, you know, in this case, being that the code very clearly says that this is a meeting that is required of the applicant to go over their application materials and present them in a way, you know, for even soliciting comments, that discussion was, you know, solely focused on, you know, the prep and us as a city making it very clear that in the presentation that this is not a partnership. It's something that, you know, the city will have their opportunity to make some remarks in regards to codes, and then the applicant would have their opportunity to either have a small presentation or even move into, you know, display materials and boards and things like that to explain and at least show their project.
Thank you, Mr. Hankins. Mr. Examiner, I have no further questions at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. We have.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say, Mr. Hankins has been on the stand for a pretty long time, and I think we would appreciate taking a recess for lunch and coming back for cross-examination. And I suspect Dewana might as well, Mrs. Kulaska.
I totally understand. I think Mr. Hankins would like a break, and I sure get that. No
okay.
worries.
It is 11:45 a.m. We will stand at recess until 12:45 p.m., at which time we'll start with cross-examination. We are at recess.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Cindy, please stop the recording.
This
Dean,
conference will now be recorded.
could we let Dean be a shared presenter for exhibits, please?
Did you catch that, Ms. Schaff?
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, welcome back. It is 12:46 p.m. on July 15, 2021. This is the start of session 19 in the appeal hearing of UZDP 2019-00562. We had completed direct testimony by Mr. Hankins, and Ms. Koloshkova is now recognized for cross-examination. Mr. Hankins, I remind you again, you're still under oath. You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Good afternoon, Mr. Hankins. I don't think we've had the chance to meet before. My name is Dewana Koloshkova, and I am the attorney for STCA. It's a pleasure to meet you. Sorry we can't be in person.
Pleasure to meet you as well.
Appreciate your time, and I will, if we get any of the strange feedback or anything, Mr. Hankins, if I interrupt you, it may be because we're getting something strange with microphones, that sort of thing. Hopefully we won't have any trouble, but no big deal if we do, we'll be fine.
Sure.
So I'd like to start, I'm gonna try to follow, just for your information, I'm gonna try to follow the order of your direct examination in terms of the things I'd like to cover with you. So I'd like to start with a conversation regarding, well, first off, just a little bit more information about your work with the city. How long have you been with the city's planning department?
I have been with the community development department for almost 6 years now.
Okay. And before then, where were you working?
I worked for the city of Auburn, and at that time I was involved in, I was actually an employee of the Public Works Department and worked in grant administration and transportation planning.
And with the city of Sammamish, have you been a planner in a planner role for the 6 years, or have you had other roles during that tenure?
Yeah, interestingly enough, I have had three separate roles. When I first came on to the city of Sammamish, I was an associate planner. And then I moved into a senior code compliance officer position for a few years. And then the last, since 2019, almost going on 2 years now, I've worked in the capacity as a senior planner.
As part of that work, sorry, my screen just did something silly. As part of that work, did you have the opportunity to work on any other UZDP applications?
Are you asking with the city of Sammamish?
With the city of Sammamish, yes, thank you.
No, sure. No, I have not. This is the first UZDP application that I've been involved with.
Are you familiar with any other jurisdiction using something called a UZDP application process?
Yes, I am. The terminology may be a little bit different, but in my experience, I have been involved with other town center type developments and design review, processing, design review, and site planning for developments similar to STCA's proposal in other jurisdictions.
Okay. What jurisdictions are those?
City of Kent. And previously to that, well, I guess, let me back up a second. Before City of Kent, it was actually with the City of Auburn. Before I transitioned over to the Public Works Department, I worked as a senior planner in Auburn as well and was involved in design review projects in their downtown as well.
Okay. And I'm sorry, in both Public Works and in planning capacities, or?
Yes, both.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
And what kind of town centers were those? Were they, can you describe those a little bit?
Sure. So I think the most closely related would have been my work with the city of Kent and their town center or downtown redevelopment. And I say that because of the square footage involved of commercial and retail space, and then also the mixed use components of that project, which included high density residential along with commercial and office space.
Okay. So turning to this UZDP, thank you for that, by the way. Sorry, it's just a little bit curious.
Sure.
Turning to this UZDP, you, I believe, testified, so please correct me if I'm wrong, that you're responsible for essentially the planning, working on the zoning code and the comprehensive plan review side of things. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct. And then as the project lead, ensuring that all of the regulatory requirements are being met, public notices, communication, those types of things. So just kind of project manager, essentially. Okay.
And who on the team, you identified there was a team of city staff working on this, is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, that's correct.
Did the city have any outside consultants working on this project?
Yes, several, as a matter of fact.
Okay, could you list those for us?
Sure, I'll do my best. Off the top of my head, do you want their specific names, or is it more of just what disciplines they were involved with? Or
if you could give me the name and the discipline, that would be great, just so that I know that, so we know who the actual review team was.
Give me just 1 minute here. Okay, so the city consulted with Stantec Engineering, and Brian Wolf was the primary contact, and he was involved in stormwater, the stormwater review of the proposal. Also, ESA, and ESA has helped with the environmental aspects of the project and the environmental review. And when I say that, review of the critical areas report and information that Stca submitted with their application. And DEA, and they were involved in transportation and traffic review. I'm sorry, I just don't have all the contact names and handy here, other than Mr. Wolf, but and I can't think of any others off the top of my head.
Okay.
So
And
I think that was it, just those three. Sorry.
Okay. No, that's fine. If that's the, and it helps to know the disciplines, if nothing else. So did they, are their comments, are their review comments part of the record?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And as far as other team members for the city, could you tell me who is responsible for review of public works standards, if that's someone other than Stantec and DEA?
Yes, the lead reviewer for the Public Works Department is Stefan Noske, and it's spelled Noeske. And he is the senior development review engineer.
I think we saw his name on an exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. And do I recall correctly that Mr. Zagers was involved in this project from Public Works as well?
Yes, Mr. Zagers was involved. He, at the time, the application was submitted, and through, I think, maybe the first round of review, was the city engineer. Mr. Zagers has since left the city and is working elsewhere.
Anyone else from Public Works?
Storm, maybe? I'm totally drawing a blank.
I think.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, sorry about that. The lead for stormwater management review for this on the city side was Danica Globokar. I hope I pronounced that right.
Keep going.
And I can't think of anyone else right off the top of my head at this point from Public Works. Obviously, East Side Fire and Rescue, the fire marshal, has also provided comments. And his name is Mark Lawrence.
I'm pausing. Are you done?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I'll keep going. We also have, as part of the review team, the Sammamish Plateau Water and Sewer District represented, and their development engineer, who has also provided comments.
If I could interject at this point, Mr. Hankins, as a general principle, if you don't know the answer to a question, you're better off not leaning over and having somebody tell you what they think the answer should be. Even if it's as harmless as you forgot somebody's name, you
Sure.
really shouldn't do it.
I understand. Thank you. And then I think the last group that I'd mentioned is the Parks Department for the City of Sammamish. And, you know, through time, the time that we've had the application under review, there's been several folks from the Parks Department that have been involved in reviewing and commenting on the application.
Are you going through notes, or are you looking at like a list of staff?
Yeah, no, I'm just looking at my notes. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I'm just trying to figure out what you're staring at. It's really hard when we're not in the same room. It gets like we can all build our conspiracy theories about what's he reading. Okay, so who from Parks?
So initially, and I'm really sorry about the names here. So let's just say most recently, it's the Assistant Parks Director, and his name's Kevin. And his last name's escaping me, I'm sorry.
Okay. We can look it up.
And then prior to that, it was Anjali Meyer, who is the Parks Director. I think that covers Parks' involvement as far as reviewers go.
Okay. Any other departments?
No, that's it.
And then with planning, who is part of the review team?
Yes, that is correct.
I'm sorry, for planning, who was part of the review team?
Oh, who was?
Yourself? Yes.
Yeah, so for planning, it was myself and Deputy Director Kelly Hildy primarily.
Are you
That's
pausing?
it, yes.
Okay.
Nope, I'm all done with my answer.
Okay. Was the review team different between the pre-application work in 2019 and the review work done in the middle of 2020 during the actual application comment and resubmittal phase?
Yes, there's been some transition in regards to folks that have been involved. I don't know that there's been some folks that have been consistent throughout, but there has been some changes over time, including myself.
Okay. Who are the folks who've been consistent throughout?
So that's a good question. Certainly, Ms. Hildy has been involved throughout, at least from the time frame of the pre-application forward. Let's see. I would, honestly, that's the only person I can think of that's been involved from start to finish, with the changes in staff. There may be others, but I just can't think of any right now.
Okay. I've seen a lot of different names in the materials, certainly. I just happened to be staring at one, Darcy Donovan. She was a city staff member.
Yes, Darcy is.
And what about Amy Cohenin? I don't know if I'm saying her name right.
Yes, Amy's in the city clerk's office, so she's mostly responsible for looking at public records requests and things along those lines. Not a function of community development or planning.
Okay, gotcha. And Miriam Leightoner?
Yeah, I don't know that Miriam has had any involvement in the application, not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Miriam is in the community development department, and she's the planning manager, but I don't know that she's had any direct involvement with processing STCA's application.
Okay. And what was Darcy Donovan's role? I don't think you mentioned that.
So her role is primarily as a project coordinator. So Darcy and I work really closely on scheduling meetings and public notices and mailing lists and participating in some communication back and forth between STCA on the administrative side related to permit fees and other things along those lines.
Okay. Is she still with the city?
Yes, she is.
Okay. But she's not listed as a witness, is that right, in this case?
No, she is not.
And wasn't even Mr. Maxim involved in some pre-op work? Is that correct?
I'm going to object, as I think that mischaracterizes his testimony, but I guess he can answer if he understands.
Let me ask it differently. Was Mr. Maxim involved in the pre-op testimony or part in the pre-op work?
I do not believe he was, based on his time here and the testimony that I heard yesterday. And excuse me.
Okay. So you never met with him or talked to him about the project?
Not about this application, no.
Okay. Now you did meet with, let me set up one ground rule in my questions. Would you be comfortable with me saying the STCA team as a general matter when I'm talking about the consultant team as a whole? Do you know who I'm referring to when I say the STCA? Yes,
I would characterize that as Mr. Brennan, Mr. Hermanson, Holly. Yeah, we've met many times and know each other very well.
And can I just interject? Can I just interject that I'm okay with that convention unless specifics are needed in the context?
Thanks, Josh. So, and you did meet with the members of the STCA team prior to the application being submitted, is that right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And could you tell me, if you can give me an exact date, that'd be great, but even if you could give me a month, when did you start working on this? I'll call it a project because I recognize it was prior to application.
Yeah, I became involved in approximately August of 2019.
And do you recall talking with any members of the STCA team about other UZDP applications and whether those would be of utility in putting together this application?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Do you recall talking about an application called Plateau 120?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall suggesting that might be a useful application to reference?
So yes, I do. However, I'd like to quantify that by saying that for purposes of submitting an application only, not relative to the specifics of what was approved or not approved with that application.
Okay. And recognizing that's a different set of properties, right?
Yes, correct.
There's been a fair bit of discussion as to meetings and review comments. So I just want to make sure we set the stage a little bit on, let's start with the review comments. How many, after the application was submitted, how many review comment cycles did the application go through?
So as far as a formal review process, 1.
And then I believe there's been testimony that you had, I think, 3 meetings between the review cycle and the resubmittal. Is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then did you provide any formal review comments after the June resubmittal?
No, we did not.
Did you provide any informal review comments after the June resubmittal?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, I'd like to start talking about, I believe you and your council started talking about the street design and circulation. You recall your testimony in that respect?
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to answer yes or no. Thank you.
Yes.
We're always being recorded.
Sure.
So, where in code do I find the statement that only pedestrian-oriented streets are allowed in a TCA 1 zone?
So, to answer that, you won't. The code does not specifically talk about that.
Okay. And does code talk about anything? Does code talk about the city determining what streets should be allowed in the A1 zone on a project by project or UZDP by UZDP basis?
I'm going to object to the question as vague, but he can answer.
Go ahead and answer.
Okay. If you don't understand the question, you can ask her to rephrase it for you.
Sure. So, yeah, can that question be rephrased here?
Sure. Does anything in code instruct you to identify limitations as to street types on a project by project basis?
So when you're asking about whether the code specifies to that level of detail, no, it does not.
Did you by any chance ever review the TRF UZDP? Boy, that was a lot of acronyms. I just have to laugh at that. I'll ask you that again. Did you by chance ever review the TRF UZDP?
No, I did not review the TRF UZDP.
Do you happen to know, so you would not be the one to ask about how streets were handled under that application?
No, I would not.
And I believe you testified that Southeast, did I hear you correct that Southeast 4th Street does not have a designation?
So just to clarify, Southeast 4th Street does have a designation, but it's not pedestrian-oriented or mixed use.
Okay, what is it?
It's a function of the roadway classification. It's considered a higher level street or a collector arterial street. Okay.
And are collector arterial streets allowed in the A1 zone?
Yes, they are.
And what do I look to find that authority?
Authority per code or
any authority you're referring to.
Okay. So I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know the answer to that.
Okay, fair enough. And again, as you've been instructed by the examiner, just speak from your knowledge. I am not. Sure. I have zero intention of trying to badger you at all. And the city is the entity, am I correct, that built out the current physical construction of Southeast 4th as that runs through the west portion of the town center?
Yes, that is correct. It was a city project, capital improvement project for Southeast 4th Street.
Okay. Does it matter who built that street for purposes of does it matter who builds a street, whether it's a city or a private developer, for purposes of figuring out what street types are allowed in a given zone in the city?
Can you rephrase that question? I guess I'm not fully
Sure.
Understanding.
Does the city make a it's a hard question to ask. Does it matter whether a city builds a street or a private developer builds a street for purposes of how city regulations designate that given street, whether it's a collector, pedestrian-oriented, mixed use, whatever, arterial, whatever it may be?
Yeah, that helps as far as the question goes. So yeah, it certainly does. It's something that's looked at based on either the city's, any of the city's planning efforts. It could be a transportation plan, or it could be a transportation improvement plan, the city's comprehensive plan, the town center comprehensive plan, and the street network that is set forth in those plans. So it's generally based on location of the street that's either being built by the city or the developer, or it's based on the volumes and capacities that are planned for that particular street and that geographic location.
Okay. But it wouldn't matter if developer A was building it, or the city was building it, or the Sammamish Plateau Water Sewer District was building it?
Yeah, as far as classifying the street, it would it wouldn't matter. It doesn't change anything.
Do you agree with me? Would you agree with me that there is a concept about discussed in city regulations about street segments? That's a term used.
Yes, I would agree.
Can you, I'm gonna pull up, if we could turn to, oh boy, I don't know if I'm gonna bother share screening this document because it's a table. Exhibit 30, page 9. And the type on this is so small, even in writing, that the share screen is gonna be impossible.
Okay, yes, I have it.
Okay. Do you see it? Oh, wait, I think the examiner might still be.
Go ahead.
Do you see the column, pardon me, row 2?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you look at the first line, there is a discussion about providing estimated traffic volumes.
Yes.
And so do you take traffic volumes into account in determining whether streets should be designated pedestrian-oriented or mixed use?
No, not generally.
Does the TCIP take into account traffic volumes for figuring out, I believe you testified, streets that are called A or B?
I'm sorry, I don't understand that question.
Maybe I'll lay a little more foundation. I apologize.
That's right.
Does the TCIP talk about different types of streets?
It does talk about different types of streets, yes.
And for our purposes, do you recall that it talks about streets typed A and B?
Yes.
And are vehicle volumes relevant to that hierarchy of types?
In reference to streets A and B, is that the question?
Yes. Yes.
Just for my certainty, the streets A and B you're talking about here are the street types that are mentioned in the plan, not the streets A and B that were in the pre-app proposal?
Correct.
Okay.
So, I guess I'm not completely sure how to answer that. I mean, the streets A and B and the TCIP are certainly different than streets that are classified as pedestrian-oriented or mixed-use oriented, as I testified earlier.
Okay. Okay, well, we can let that document speak for itself. So let's go back to this exhibit 30, page 9 that I had asked you about. So can you tell me why then you had asked the applicant to provide estimated traffic volumes?
Are we still looking at number 2 there?
Yes.
Okay. I need just a minute to read the responses again. I guess in looking at that response on number 2, I'm not finding the relevancy of the question. Does it need to be asked in another way?
So if you could take a look at the phrase, in order to discuss the street designations, comma, the applicant needs to provide estimated traffic volumes. Do you see that language?
Yes, I do.
Okay. What information is that important to you to have? Or why is that information important for you to have?
I'm going to object to the form of the question because the sentence goes on to say, or have preliminary proposed uses for those streets being discussed. So it's not an absolute as framed.
Well, again, I'm asking as to why estimated traffic volumes, which is one or the other. I just am asking why it's relevant.
Objection overruled. If he wants to talk about the or clause and how it affects the first part of the sentence, that's fine, but he can do that in his answer. Or if he doesn't want to, he doesn't have to.
And if you don't know, it's okay to say, I don't know.
Yeah, in this case, I don't know.
Okay. Who would know?
So in this case, we'd probably have to go back to our traffic engineering consultant.
Okay. And who was
that
that
I'd
again?
mentioned previously.
And that was?
DEA, yes, thank you.
And do you know, I mean, does information related to those traffic volumes lead to your, I guess, determination as to labeling streets with a certain designation?
So I think from a standpoint of review and reviewing the application and the street designations and I mean pedestrian-oriented streets and mixed-use streets. The primary factors that we're looking at are what we discussed previously. We're looking at the code designations in relevance to the adjacent land uses for those designations. So I can't really speak to the volume capacity type details at this point in time.
Let me ask, I'm not sure we got to my question, so I'll ask it differently. I'll ask it broadly. We'll see if we can get it this way. What volumes would lead to what specific street designation? For example, what traffic volume would lead to a pedestrian-oriented street?
Again, that's a question that I just don't have an answer for you on. I don't know that I guess I just don't know the answer to that.
And you would defer again to DEA?
Yes, I would.
As far as then this exhibit 30, page 9, did you write that comment or did someone else write that comment?
Someone else wrote that comment.
Who? Do you know who?
I do not.
Do you know if the city's planning on bringing anyone who can talk to us about this relationship between street volumes and street designations?
No, I do not believe so.
You provided testimony related to Code Section 21B 30030, Figure A. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do.
And did you read the paragraph? Yeah, actually, if you could bring that up really quick. I'm just going to bring that up on the screen. Did you read the paragraph that is written immediately above that code section? Scroll up.
When you say above the code section, do you mean above the figure?
That's the wrong section. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Pull it down to the wrong section. And again, we're on 21B 30030, Figure A.
030? The graphic on the screen is 040.
Yes, I know. We're trying to bring the correct one up.
Oh, okay.
Or we can just refer to it in our, if folks have it. You've got to scroll.
I think it's 040.
So was the question, did I read it in my testimony previously, or?
Nope. I want to make sure that you have that language in front of you.
Yes, I see it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't yet, so.
That's okay. We'll wait, Mr. Galt. We're having a little trouble with the share screen. But again, we're on 21B 30030, Figure A.
I found it.
Great.
So I'm ready.
Thank you.
There it is.
Mr. Hankins, do you have that?
That didn't look like it came out of the
No,
code.
that was, I'm sorry. We stopped sharing. So do you see there the statement Figure 21B 30030A illustrates an example of configuration?
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Thank you. Now, did I hear your testimony correctly that you said neither the TCP, and this is, I think, where Mr. Whitehead called it the TCIP, the TCIP, kind of like whichever one, address street terminology, is that right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Can you turn to your, to the Exhibit 9? And let's go to page 10.
Okay. Give me just a second to catch up here. It's loading for me. And I apologize. What was the reference number again?
Exhibit 9.
Yes, got that. And then within Exhibit 9?
Yes, page 10. Are you there?
Almost. Section 10?
Nope, page 10.
Oh, page 10, that's why, okay. Yes. I have it.
Okay. 1B, I believe you provided some testimony about this.
Yes, that is correct.
So do I read this correctly that the town center plan identifies the street network within the TCA1 zone and then ignoring the parens as pedestrian-oriented streets?
Yes, you are correct.
Okay, but I believe you also testified that the TCP does not address street terminology.
I'm going to object. I think his testimony was that it did not specifically identify all streets as pedestrian-oriented or mixed use.
Well, I just asked him a question, so we'll let him answer.
Objection overruled.
So could you repeat the question then?
Yes. So does the TCP address street terminology?
In reference to pedestrian-oriented streets or mixed-use streets?
However you want to answer.
No, it does not.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So what in the town center plan is this comment referring to? Are you?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay. If you don't
So
know, you don't know. I'm trying to get an answer.
Just trying to think about what I said earlier and what this is stating. So I guess to answer your question, I don't have an answer for you on that.
Fair, absolutely fair, absolutely fair. Okay, I do want to revisit that figure one more time, and then we'll leave it alone in 21B 30030, figure A. Apologies for going back to that.
Yes.
Just don't use that. All right, it might be easier, I'm sorry, one more exhibit, not to exhaust you all, but exhibit 1029, page 1. Okay, so when we cross-reference, I'm gonna leave code up on the screen here.
I think our figure, there it is. It kind of keeps popping in and out.
I know,
there we go.
That's my fault. That's my fault entirely. So do you see streets on that diagram labeled as a dotted line and called mixed use street?
Yes, they do.
And on that diagram, do you know whether any of those streets are located in the TCA1 zone area?
That are shown as the dotted lines as mixed use streets?
Yes.
Yes, the portion to the north, or in the north part of the diagram there, are mixed use in that zone is TCA1.
Okay. Now, I believe you testified that pedestrian-oriented streets, you talked about an active, fluid pedestrian environment. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Where do those terms come from? Are those defined in code or talked about in code anywhere?
I don't know that they're specifically in code. It may be interpretive in regards to just thinking about kind of off the cuff, not necessarily looking at very specific references.
Okay, so that's your language?
I believe so, yes.
And is there any, so there's no code definitions related to a fluid street or an active street, anything like that?
Yeah, it's more interpreted from just the town center plan and town center infrastructure plan in general terms. So
those are your personal concepts.
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall meeting with the STCA team on September 9, 2019?
Yes.
And do you recall if you talked about street designations at that meeting?
No, I do not.
You do not recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. Do you recall talking about 224th Street in that meeting?
It's quite possible I'm mixing up the different meetings, but no, I do not recall that discussion.
Could I ask, please, for the date of the meeting you referenced again?
September 9, 2019.
Thank you.
Did you put together any either informal or formal notes from that meeting?
No, I did not.
What is the basis that you use for putting together notes for some meetings with an applicant and not others?
So I think the basis is generally the content of the meeting and what's being discussed. It's in context of review processes and things along those lines. Generally, once a formal application's been submitted, either for a pre-application or post-application review comments, those meetings are generally there's generally a record kept, notes, other information, and it's a practice that we've really started to consistently apply as we've moved forward, especially through the review of the STCA application. But some of those preliminary meetings before a formal application was submitted or not associated with the formal application, there was no meeting minutes or record kept of that.
So we just rely on our memories for those discussions?
Yes.
And okay. Now, you did say you talked, I think, extensively about street types with the applicant? With the STCA team?
Oh yes, once the formal application was submitted and we started the review process, there's been many discussions about street typology and the vehicular circulation network that's part of the application.
Okay, and you testified you read at what's called Exhibit 35A, which is the June 22nd resubmittal cover summary?
Yes.
Okay. And you testified you read the language that stated that STCA would modify the plans so that all A1 streets and segments are pedestrian oriented?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever have any other conversations with STCA about that recognition?
So can we established the time frame again on that.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
This was a June 22nd cover letter. So anytime after June 22nd.
No.
Did you, could you have talked with them about modifying those plans?
Yes, certainly could have.
You were never instructed by anybody otherwise, were you?
No, I was not.
And Mr. Brennan testified that you had at least one phone conversation in the September timeframe, is that right?
September timeframe?
For 20.
I don't recall if, I know I testified about a phone call that we had, but I don't remember that we said September. Is that the same phone call we're talking about?
Do you
that
recall
I testified to earlier?
Let me ask you it differently.
Okay,
do you
thank
recall, you. Sure, no problem. Do you ever recall talking with Mr. Brennan in September of 2020? That would be roughly 2.5, 3 months after the resubmittal.
No, I don't recall.
Did you contact Mr. Brennan or anyone from STCA to let them know that, you know, we saw your offer and we're hard and fast. If you don't change those plans, we're going to deny you?
No, that conversation was never had.
Can I turn your attention to Exhibit 13, please? This is in the city's record.
Exhibit 13?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm in the, oh, I'm so sorry. 1013, it's in our record. I have way too many exhibits in front of me. Oh. 1013.
1013. Give me just a second here. I'm grabbing the binder.
It's one of the yellow ones.
He just stood up to look for the binder.
That's not it.
It's in volume 2 or binder 2 of the yellow binder.
It's the yellow binders.
Give us just 1 minute here. Okay.
Do you have it in front of you?
Almost. 113?
Yes.
1013, yes.
1013.
I believe so. Maybe you can quickly describe what we're looking at.
And do you see it's an email from a Darcy Donovan on September 1st?
Yes.
Do you recall receiving that email? Excuse me.
Yes, I do.
And that seems to be sent to someone named Stca. Is that a member of the public, or is that a city staff person or part of the STCA group? Who is that? Do you know?
I believe it's a member of the public.
Okay. And do you see the text here talking about round 2 of review comments?
Yes, I do.
And did you ever follow up on this email with Darcy or Stick?
No, I do not believe so.
So at least
In the for what it's worth category, the second page, this is an email string, looks like 3 emails or an email chain. And on the second page, it would appear that it originated with a person named Paul Stickney. So my wild, crazy guess is that Stick is Paul Stickney.
I'll certainly stipulate to that.
Didn't
realize
Stickney watching our proceedings, so I don't mean any offense if it turns out it's not you, sir, but it does look like that's what it is.
And I might just augment that too to say it also looks like if you look down just a little bit further there where the hearing examiner was looking as if it was a Public Records Act request, perhaps it was being responded to.
Yeah.
Yes. Thank you both. So would you disagree that as of the beginning of September, the city was working on a second round of review comments? Is that?
Would I disagree with that? No, I would not disagree with that.
Okay. And you don't recall talking, but you stated you don't recall talking with Mr. Brennan after that email?
No, I don't.
Okay. And at what point did the direction change from a second round of review comments to the decision that's on review today?
So just to clarify the question, getting at a decision being made somewhere along the lines as the application was under review? Is that what's being asked?
Yes. What point did you make that change?
I don't have really specific dates on hand, but there was a point where the development review team made a determination and a decision that the application would no longer continue to be reviewed and that we would move forward with a denial of the application.
So between September and, well, let me back up on, and I'm still sticking with the street designation topic in terms of your review. So if it was the city's position that there was simply no negotiation, irrespective of the basis, as to what sort of streets should be allowed in this UZDP, when did you tell STCA that that's the city's position?
Well, I think it was pretty clear in regards to the majority of the correspondence that's taken place between the city and STCA that was a requirement, and that was a requirement to be modified and revised on their proposal, and the plans just were not revised. So yeah, that's that line of communication was certainly there and certainly there many times over to get to the point of making that determination and that decision.
So taking that at face value, would it be fair then to believe that at the time of Exhibit 35A, perhaps the applicant did not understand what you were communicating, and when they state we will modify the plan so that A1 streets are pedestrian oriented, you could have just said modify them?
Well, just to be clear, that most certainly was not the only issue that we were dealing with in regards to their application.
Fair enough, fair enough. But on this issue?
This was one of many issues, yes.
And so on this issue, Was there any time constraint you were under that you couldn't allow the applicant to modify their plans?
Not time constraints? No, not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, you were considering a second round of review comments. Wouldn't you have just simply stated in there, modify those streets to pedestrian oriented?
Yes, that's one approach that we certainly could have considered.
Okay. So we're now going from September, where you've advised the public that you're working on a second round of comments, to a denial in November. Who on the team made the decision to issue the denial?
So it certainly wasn't a decision by one particular person. It was a collaborative decision by all of the folks that were involved in the review process. The authority lies within.
Who are those?
Oh, I'm
folks?
sorry.
Can you let him finish his answer, please?
I wasn't asking for the authority. I was asking, who are those folks?
So as we talked about it, oh, sorry.
Let him go ahead and finish his answer. I'm sustaining the objection.
So as I was saying, it was a collaborative effort in regards to getting to the point of making that decision and that determination. And it was a decision that was made after careful consideration and a lot of discussion. Ultimately, that collaboration, it ends up with the responsibility of the Community Development Department to issue a denial under the authority given under code.
And is that collaboration with the applicant?
Not direct, no.
Was the applicant, again, ever advised as to the change in approach between continuing with review and issuing a denial?
No, but the applicant was advised on many occasions about what the city's requirements were going to be and what needed to happen in the revision of their plans.
And that's what's in the record?
That is what is in the record, yes.
We're not missing anything. Okay. And who was the team that, in your words, was the group that put the decision together? Yourself and who else?
Yeah, it was the same review team that I had mentioned earlier in regards to the review of the application.
Which are? Run through
so I'll just
give me the names quickly.
Yeah, just give you departments. So it's Public Works, Community Development, Fire, Parks.
And were the outside consultants part of that determination?
No, they were not.
Let's move next to talking about, you provided testimony related to alleys and alley design.
Yes.
Can we pull up Exhibit 35P as in Paul?
Pardon me, was it P? 35P?
Correct. Page 11.
Okay, I have it up here.
Okay. Do you see there the label 20-foot proposed alley. And it's right on the screen.
Yes, I do.
Okay. And were you present for testimony from Mr. Hermanson?
Yes, I was.
Did you hear his testimony that STCA could easily pave that 20-foot proposed alley without making significant modification?
Yes, I did.
Is there any reason that that issue couldn't be part of a second set of review comments?
I certainly think it could have been, yes.
Okay. And I believe you also testified that you had raised the question as to alley standards in the, not you, pardon me, the city had raised the question of alley standards in the pre-application notes, Exhibit 9.
Yes.
And I believe you referenced their page 17, item 10 in your discussion about public works standards. Does that sound right?
That does sound correct, yes.
So was your intention, or is the city's intention with these pre-application notes to give guidance to an applicant as to what they are and are not supposed to provide in an application?
Yes, that's correct.
And I guess along those lines as well, we'll come to that later. So is there any trouble with, does the city have any trouble with a remand order that would instruct the applicant to simply pave the full 20 feet?
I'm going to object to the question.
On what basis?
Mr. Hankins does not represent the entirety of the city. And moreover, she's specifying with respect to the alley issue only at this juncture, and the decision was issued based on a variety of factors that were the basis for denial. So the way she's framing it, it makes it sound as if, you know, would you accept a remand on this issue?
This sounds like argument. I was just asking a simple question on this issue.
Number one, I'm going to overrule the objection, but I do want to say that there are several what I would consider major issues that seem to be the basis for the city's denial. And that number, I think, is less than the 19 issues that are on appeal here. There are several of them that are key, and the rest seem to be fairly minor. I think Ms. Koloshkova is well within her rights asking the city's representative what they would feel about various courses of action that I might take, like a remand. And I think it's appropriate that she could ask it for each of the issues that she's concerned with. Understanding that a witness in answering it is not saying, yes, we would welcome this, or no, we would not welcome this across the board, but only for the issue. And secondly, there's got to be somebody that she can ask about the city's position. And Mr. Hankins, I fully recognize in the hierarchy of authority in Department of Community Development, he's not at the top, but he is the project manager on this project. He's the one whose name is on the document. I think it's reasonable to ask him. Now, if he can't say, then I hope he realizes he has the ability to say, I don't have the authority to answer that. I've always wanted staff people to understand if you do not have the authority, then say so. And then Ms. Koloshkova would probably ask you who does, because she'd probably want to put that.
Thank you for the clarifications, Mr. Examiner.
So to answer your question, I don't have the authority to make that determination.
And who does?
So who does? So per code and per the regulatory framework for the administrative portion of a UZDP application, that decision rests with the community development director ultimately.
Did you, in your in the decision, did you identify any concerns related to fire hose pull length?
Yes, we did.
Can you tell me where?
I'm pulling up our decision here, which is Exhibit 1. I'm looking for the specific reference here. Bear with me. So on Exhibit 1, which is the decision for denial on page 18, excuse me, page 19. The second paragraph from the top discusses how STC has not demonstrated compliance with the 2015 International Fire Code.
Okay, and the reference to fire pole is where?
So if you're looking for a specific reference to the fire pole, you'd have to look up the section related in the IFC or the International Fire Code.
Okay, but if I read this full paragraph, would you agree with me? This talks about minimum width requirements to accommodate fire truck and intersections and bends?
Yes, I see that.
So how would I know that the fire hose pull length is an issue based on this? Would I have to ask you?
Yes, you could certainly ask me, or you know, you could go back to the discussions that we had prior to issuing the decision to deny the application. And the first round of comments, or the round of comments provided on the UZDP application, and then also there was, I believe, discussion and follow-up meetings about the what was necessary to comply with this particular issue. It's not clearly stated here in the decision, but I would assume the design team had a pretty good idea at this point, or by this point, that the exact requirements based on discussions with staff and also with the fire marshal.
Are issues related to compliance with fire code commonly addressed through review comments?
Yes.
So are you telling an applicant that even though something's not written in a decision, they should call you to ask if there are other reasons that the decision has been denied?
I'm going to object as argumentative.
I'm actually honestly asking that question because the witness just testified that there are other reasons for denial that are not in this decision.
If you go back to his earlier testimony, when we went through the fire code provisions, the alley width issue tied to the. I'm sorry, it was.
Go ahead, finish your argument.
If you go back to the earlier testimony, when we set out the fire code provisions, there's a provision that requires fire access road for all structures. And then when you go to the next provision down, it requires 150 feet. Then you have to have a 20 feet paved. They were focused on the 20 feet paved requirement. That's so that the fire trucks can get there and make the 150-foot pool.
Mr. Examiner, we end up in a situation where no city decision is final because anytime something gets put in writing, we address it through this process, it goes back to staff, and then suddenly there are undisclosed other reasons for denial. It would be an incomplete decision.
And lead to an unfortunate result.
Certainly inefficient.
No matter whose side one's on. If the objection was to him answering the question, I overrule the objection. If it was something else, because of the length of the dialogue, I've lost track of what it was. So maybe we should just say, Ms. Koloshkova, ask a question.
Thank you much. I'll try to ask the same question again. So is it your testimony that when a decision is issued, an applicant needs to go inquire if there's any other reasons for the decision or bases for the decision?
No, that's not my testimony. Again, this is really looking at a very specific issue that is just not necessarily going to be captured verbatim, especially when you're looking at it in the context of whether the application meets the UZDP planning criteria or not. That's specified in code. So I think, to narrow down or drill down to the point of a very, very specific issue that has been discussed at length, and was not addressed or revised as asked for during the process of review. The decision was issued based on a lot of general compliance terminology in meeting the planning principles that are associated with things like circulation and safety and other criteria that's built into the code.
So can I rely on this decision as the final determination of the planning department for this project?
Yes, you can.
Are there any other considerations that you took into account that you would have a concern with on this project that you didn't raise in your decision?
No, there is not.
Just this fire hose pull length, nothing else?
Nothing that I'm aware of at this point.
This might be a good time for a break, Mr. Examiner.
What you're saying is you'd like a break.
I'm sorry. I thought we normally broke at 2:15. I apologize. It's 2:13.
Well, remember, we didn't start back after lunch until 12:45.
Oh, okay. I can keep going.
So I was going to split the time and break at 3 o'clock. And that would give us, or a little before, I could break at 2:45.
I think it makes sense. Oh, it's 2:15. I'm sorry. I misread the clock. I can absolutely keep going. Not a problem. Yeah. That was my eyes getting crosswise.
I don't like to torture hearing attendees by making the periods too long, but I think an hour and 15 minutes is a little short. So.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. All right, so let's turn to the topic of townhomes, Mr. Hankins.
Yes.
I'd like to start with you directed us, one of the primary things you talked about was policy H as in Harry 3.1. Page was that?
H 3.1.
That is what she said.
H 3.1, it's on page 89. PDF page 93.
For clarification, are you referring to the town center plan?
Yes.
Okay, and what page again?
PDF page 93.
We are operating off of hard copies of that document, so the PDF page number doesn't correspond. So could you give us the actual page number?
89.
Page 89. I think the witness just had it in front of him a little while ago.
Okay, I have it.
And do you see the introductory statement that says adopt development regulations?
Yes.
And what instruction does that give you as a planner?
So, yes, that gives instruction to adopt regulations that implement the town center plan.
Okay. And then can you turn your attention to, boy, I'm not sure what PDF page this would be, land use policy 5.4. Which is probably PDF page 36, is that right? Physical page 32.
The numbers she just read off are correct, 36 and 32.
I have it in front of me here.
Yep. And can you read that policy for me?
And that's under goal LU-5.
5.4? Yep.
The regulatory system for directing new development should include a master planning process for the mixed-use nodes that encourages property owners and the city to work together for mutual benefits.
And do you agree that's a charge for how the regulatory system is supposed to work for the town center plan, for the town center?
Yes, I would agree with that.
And 5.2, let's look at that one again. If you could take a look at that planning
Sure.
policy, or that policy.
Would you like me to read it?
Yes, please.
Recognizing that market dynamics create new development, the implementation strategy, including development regulations, should be written to afford a reasonable degree of flexibility while addressing important public policy issues.
And let's look one more on this set, 5.6.
Top of page 33?
Yes.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, and read me that one too. We're almost done.
Encourage land assembly through property owner cooperation and other regulatory and programmatic means.
Did you, in reviewing compliance with the town center plan goals and policies, did you address these in your review matrix?
No, I do not believe so.
Can you tell me why?
I think the fact that the land use and policies and the matrix that was associated with the decision was based on the failures of STCA's application and called out in accordance with goals and policies that were not followed specifically in the town center plan.
So you made your decision on whether to deny the town center plan before you considered the town center goals and policies?
No, we considered all of the town center goals and policies in our denial that were relevant to their application materials.
Who decides what town center plans and policies are relevant?
It's a collaborative effort between everyone that's involved in the development review process.
And as part of that review, then is it your opinion that you pick and choose which goals and policies to review out of the plan?
I'm going to object. I think you already answered that they included in the decision the goals and policies that were non-compliant.
Okay, so
and he also said in those which they believed were relevant to the application. Objection sustained.
Very good. Thank you. But you, is the applicant entitled to consideration of its application under all the goals and policies of the town center plan?
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the case. Yes.
Okay. But we did not do that here, correct? You only.
I'm going to object. It was asked and answered.
Sustained.
Thank you. Can you please take a look at code section 21B030020? that one on the screen?
Yes.
030.
I don't know. Can you repeat the citation again?
21B 030-020.
You mean 21B
Pardon
30?
me, 21B 30.
020.
What are the numbers today? 21B 30-020.
That I can do.
Do you see the last sentence of that? If you could blow that up a little bit, please. Do you see the last sentence of that applicability provision?
Yes, I do.
Highlighted here. Okay. Could you read? Do you agree with me that that states, unless otherwise indicated, townhomes are considered multifamily residences?
Yes, I would agree with how that's stated.
And that is part of the town center development code?
Yes, it is.
You can take that down. What code basis do you rely on to say you believed townhouses are more like single family rather than multifamily?
So as far as code, so, and again, as far as code goes, there's very little specific references, you know, other than what we're looking at here in regards to townhomes and defining townhomes. It generally gets more into looking at the applicable criteria for uses and uses that are necessary to be approved under the process of a UZDP application.
There's no other townhome definition in 21B, is there?
No, there is not.
You stated that fee simple ownership is a consideration for you.
That is something that we looked at, yes.
And again, anything in code that suggests the determination of what kind of use a townhome is dependent on whether it's a fee simple or a condo ownership?
I'm not aware of any specific code, no.
And do you know if the Ichijo UZDP was a condo or a fee simple project?
I do not.
Did you ever raise the type of ownership of the condominiums as a use consideration in your review comments to the applicant?
No.
Did you rely on this type of distinction for your analysis of uses under 21B20?
No, I did not.
Okay. And there isn't anything, is there, in 21B20 that I guess makes a distinction between fee simple versus condo townhomes, is there?
No, there's not.
Okay. So the only thing we have, correct me if I'm wrong, the only thing we have is 21B 30030, pardon me, 21B 30020, which states that unless otherwise noted, townhouses are multifamily.
At this point, as far as I know, I would have to really dive into the code in more detail to see if there is any other relevant references. That determinations primarily, looking at the town center plan and the town center infrastructure plan and the criteria that's applied there. So it's very important to make that distinction. It's not just the provisions of code that apply. It is also the planning, the plans and the adopted goals and policies that are within those plans that lend themselves to land use patterns and how development should occur within a particular area that's designated by the town center plan.
Are you testifying then that you can ignore or disregard the statement in the applicability section in making your determinations?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So then, unless otherwise indicated, we can agree townhomes are considered multifamily residences.
That's not what I agreed to. No, I understand what you're saying and pointing out, but again, there's other factors that are looked at in regards to how those units are classified. So
you're telling me as if I'm an applicant and I read the applicability section, I cannot rely on that statement alone to tell me any information about townhomes?
Yes, that is my testimony.
That I cannot rely on that?
Correct.
Okay. Who do I talk to? To find out whether I can rely on code and the statement in code or not?
So again, I think the questioning is very, very focused. It's not just the code and the applicability of the code. There are many factors that are
answering my question. You've explained your factors, but you just told me I cannot rely on code. I have to talk to somebody about code. So who do I go talk to about code? Is that you?
So again, ultimately any code interpretations or decisions would be the community development director.
So you don't have any authority to interpret or apply code?
I believe I do, yes, as a designee of the community development director to apply the appropriate code provisions and comprehensive plan and other applicable requirements and regulations to an application.
And in fact, you do that, right? In your comments, on your comments on the application and the pre-application, you apply code and tell the applicant how they're supposed to apply their code to the project, right?
I'm going to object at this point. It's just been argumentative questions in sequence.
I'm trying.
Where are you trying to go with this?
I'm trying to go with the, I guess, evaluation as to what written information I can and cannot rely on as an applicant for putting together the EZDP application. We've talked about code, and I want to talk about the notes and what I can rely and what I can't rely on there.
Well, you could, for example, rely on the definition of multifamily in 21B 15270.
Counsel, you can argue this in your argument.
It's in the same title. It's in the same, the provision's in the same title.
You're not the witness.
I understand, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
Well, again, if I may speak, if I can finish, or should I not?
You probably should not.
Okay.
Let her ask a clean question from the top, and then
Sounds
you can.
good. Sounds good. Okay, so can you pull down that code section? Thanks. So you have provided through your application comments and pre-application comments a number of, I guess, discussion points when it comes to code applicability. Do we agree on that?
Yes.
Okay. And I believe you testified earlier that the pre-application notes are providing guidance as to code and how it applies to a project, right?
Yes, not only how it applies, but how to make a project consistent and compliant with code.
Okay. And I want to ask you about, if you could go to page 16 of Exhibit 9.
Okay.
Making sure the examiner and your counsel are with us.
There are two blasted many binders.
I could not agree more. I think we all agree on that one.
Okay, what page, 16?
Page 16. And we're looking at item number 2, please, Mr. Hankins.
Yes, I see it.
Okay. Could you read that for me, just so that we've got the language in front of us?
Sure. The following are required for a concurrency application: land uses approved by the planning department, site plan, and a memo including project trip generations.
Okay. So do you agree part of the role of the pre-application is for an applicant to get to a concurrency submittal?
Yes.
Okay. And do you, is this statement correct in the pre-application that land uses approved by the planning department are required for a concurrency application?
Yes.
Okay. And then can we go to page 6?
Sure.
Of the same Exhibit 9?
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yes.
And can we agree based on that table that townhouses are listed as a yes for allowed uses with restrictions?
Yes.
Okay. And do we agree that this states an updated site plan will need to show the townhome setback from the sidewalk 30 feet?
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
Do you agree with me the notes address a 30-foot setback for the townhomes?
I'm not seeing that in the notes. Am I missing that language?
Just go ahead and take a minute. Are you on page 6?
Oh, yes. Oh, okay. The last box there.
Yep.
Yes, as far as applicability of the code and those code references, those are correct.
Okay. And townhouses are a proposed use under this set of materials, correct?
Under the pre-application materials, yes.
And you understand that as a result of the pre-application process, the applicant then proceeded with the concurrency as stated by the city in the pre-app notes based on, quote, land uses approved by the planning department, unquote?
Yes.
Now, if I'm looking at pages 5 to 6, the pre-application notes address building scale and compatibility.
Yes, pages 5 and 6.
And that's the same language that I find in Design Development Principle 6 of the Unified Zone Development Principles, that term building scale and compatibility.
Yes.
And was there anything in that review that addressed townhomes under that subsection 6 from pages 5 to 6 of the pre-application notes?
I guess I don't understand your question. Was there, or was townhomes actually part of the review for the pre-application? And
are townhomes addressed under section 6, building scale and compatibility, on pages 5 to 6 of the pre-application material?
yes.
They are addressed. Can you tell me where? I'd like you to make sure we're answering the question. It looks like you're moving on to other materials. So I'm still have a question on the table about pages 5 and 6.
I'm sorry, I must have missed that. Are you, so again, what exactly are you asking?
Okay, let's regroup and focus back on Exhibit 9.
Would you like the break to be a little bit early and start now?
That would be wonderful.
Would that help, Mr. Hankins? Okay. In fact, I'll be generous to every. What?
Oh, Mr. Examiner, can we just finish up the one question on the table just so that I don't lose that at the beginning of the break? It gets a problem otherwise. Thank you.
Yep. One question?
Yes. Oh, yes. No, but I have the question on the table. So, which is from pages, the building and compatibility from pages 5 to 6. Are townhomes addressed in that section 6?
No, they are not.
Okay, thank you. That was my one question.
Okay, it is 2:41 p.m. We are at recess until, let's round it up, 2:55. Recess till 2:55.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. Welcome back. It's 2:55 p.m. on July 15, 2021. This is session 20 of the appeal hearing in UZDP 2019-00562. Mr. Hankins, just the usual reminder, you're still under oath. Ms. Koloshkova, you may continue your cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. We were just talking about building scale and compatibility. You had testified regarding the pre-application notes in that respect. And I believe you also, you had focused your testimony regarding building scale and compatibility on section 6 of the UZDP design principles, which is in 21B 95050. Do I have that correct?
You do have that correct.
And did you make any findings with respect to 6 subsection A?
Yes, we did.
Okay, can we go to the decision page where you made findings on that?
Sure. So if you look at page 25 at the bottom of exhibit number 1, it's where the finding section starts for building scale and compatibility.
Okay.
So that's the section in your question is specific findings related to?
I was asking you if you made any findings with respect to 6A.
I'm going to look at 6A again.
I'm asking you in the decision. Is that what you're looking at?
Yes.
Okay.
So I think in this case, there's not a specific reference to 6A, several references to 6B.
Okay. Pardon.
Were you done answering the question, Mr. Hankins?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Mr. Hankins, it seems like, did you write this decision?
Yes, I did, in part.
And did you write this section?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Who else wrote the decision?
So as I'd mentioned previously, it was a collaborative effort in regards to the design review team, and the primary authors of the decision were myself and Deputy Director Hildy.
And who else was part of the decision-making team?
So as I testified earlier, the folks that were involved in the development review team for this application.
But we have several people who have come and gone in the city. I'm asking, who was the group who wrote this decision? Who worked on this decision? Because you've testified to a whole bunch of people that have been in and out of this project. I'm just trying to figure out who are the people who worked on this. You talked about collaborating over the decision. Who's that group?
I'm going to object. The question again is argumentative.
I don't know that I would agree that it's argumentative, but I'm not quite sure uh, what the answer would contribute to my ability to decide the case.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. We have only 3 witnesses from the city, and I'm very concerned that I need to make sure I'm asking the right people the right questions. We have no one from Public Works, for example, and so I'm a little bit lost here as to all of the different categories that are in this decision. We've also now been told there apparently are more considerations outside this decision. So knowing the review team.
I'm going to object again to that. I don't think it's been said that there are more considerations outside of it.
Well, we just talked about it on the fire code.
You talked about it. He never said that was additional consideration.
I believe he did.
Mr. Hankins did say that, or at least said there could be. I'm not sure which. I'm not going to split hairs over that. Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. His name is he signed it.
No.
Well, he signed it for the director, if I remember correctly.
No, it's actually signed by Mr. Pyle, Mr. Examiner. And he testified it was a group that wrote it.
You're right. I stand corrected.
And he testified it was a group that wrote it. So if I have everybody who's written the decision as witnesses, maybe Mr. Hankins can tell me that, and then I'm done.
Done, or just done with that question?
Oh, I'm done with that point. No, sorry, you're not rid of me that fast. But I'm done. If everybody who's witnesses if that was the team that collaborated, and then I'm done. That's just my question. Can you answer that question?
So again, the authors of the decision were myself and Deputy Director Hildy, and that was based on the information that was given to us by the development review team and incorporated into us authoring the decision document.
And did Mr. Pyle write?
Let's move on.
Okay.
He's answered the question.
Thank you. Okay. And I believe, and I'm not trying to cause any problems, but I believe you just testified that you are the one who wrote the building scale and compatibility section, Mr. Hankins?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I think we just agreed that A was not a discussion point in that section, so we can move on to B.
Yes, we can.
Is there anything lurking about A that's causing you're furrowing your brow? Do you have maybe you've not expressed any concerns about A? I'm going to assume there is nothing you're reserving. So with taking that as a no, with B, we can look at that design principle. Do you have that in front of you, Mr. Hankins? Or if you don't, could you please pull that up? 6B.
Design principle B?
Yes.
Give me just a moment here.
Let me know when you're ready.
Sure. Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to take a couple of concepts out of here that you covered on your direct. We'll start with the main discussion concept of the wedding cake. That's familiar to you. Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Yes or no, please?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. I know, it's so easy. Recording. So, does anything in code tie the wedding cake statement to the zone categories?
So can you repeat that question, please?
Yes. Does anything in the code tie this wedding cake concept that's in parentheses, such as a stepped up wedding cake formation? Does code tie that stepped up wedding cake formation to the zones in any way?
I think it most certainly ties back to the town center plan and land use goals, and even the housing goals, very specifically.
So let's start with code. Is there anything in code that does the tie, or are you then only looking at the town center plan?
So other than the reference in the principles in 21B 950506, I'm not aware of any other place that it's referenced in code.
Okay, and then then the reference in the town center plan, is that at that H 3.1 policy that you discussed?
Can you say the policy number again?
H 3.1, H is in housing, 3.1.
Housing. Yes.
Okay. Are there other references to this wedding cake concept in either the plan or the development regulations?
Well, I believe I've answered the question about the development regulations already.
Okay.
And as far as the plan goes, yes, LU goal 2.3.
Anything else?
I'm looking here.
Thank you. The placeholder is helpful.
I'd just like to clarify on the question. Are you asking him if he remembers any other references in the town center plan, or if there are any?
I'm hearing very distinct talking in the background.
I'm sorry about that. My mic was off. I just wanted to clarify. Are you asking him if he remembers any other provisions identifying wedding cake in the town center plan, or are you asking him if there are any in the plan? And if it's the latter, the plan is over 100 pages long, I think it is.
I had asked him if there are. Perhaps I should ask him if he's read the plan in preparation for his testimony today.
That'd be a good start, I guess. It's a significant volume of documentation there, so I just want to be clear.
I understand, but it's...
I have no desire to sit here and watch him flip through 100 and something pages to find the answer.
Mr. Hankins, anything else that you're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of. The two that I mentioned are the ones that I'm certainly aware of, yes.
And you have not provided testimony on anything else in the plan. Those are the ones that you've focused on.
Correct.
Okay. So walk me through this. As an applicant, I see this concept of a wedding cake approach, and then I look at basically a lot of other policies and considerations to balance. What's the best way for me to know what weight this wedding cake approach has in terms of all the different goals and considerations I have to balance?
I think it's very significant in the sense of the development approach that's specified under the town center plan, and you know, even when you look at land use goal 2.3, I don't know how much clearer it can be in the sense of development intensity in the town center, emphasizing the wedding cake approach with multi-story mixed use in the core area and transitioning towards surround uses as the town center perimeter.
And then what's the rest of that policy say?
Let me see here. So each master plan should be developed and refined in coordination with affected landowners to maximize compatibility.
What does compatibility mean? What is that referring to?
So that's generally a term that would be relevant to land uses, and again, the analogy of the wedding cake and the stepping down from the more intense or most intense core area out to the perimeter or the periphery of that. So compatible land uses in terms of land use and zoning are usually broken down by intensity. And as you continue further out from what's been designated as a core area, those intensities usually have a relationship to each other that ensure compatibility.
Would you, so, and this last sentence talks about each master plan, right?
Yes, it does. That's what it says.
Okay. And can we agree that when these plans were written, that there could be any number of property aggregations that could come forward within the town center area?
I don't know about agreeing that that's the case. Again, I think when you talk about a master plan, the master plan is following the implementation language associated with the development patterns. So it's more based on the actual land use designations and the zoning than it is, you know, assembling properties as you would for purposes of establishing a master plan.
And where does it say that this is based on the zoning?
So I think you have to imply it. If you look at housing goal 3.1, where you talk about the different uses those are directly related to zoning and what's considered allowed or not allowed in a particular zoning designation.
And aren't townhomes an allowed use in the A1 zone?
One of many, yes.
Agreed. So let's go back to the zoning map. Can we pull up the zoning map? Maybe. I'm just going to pull up, I'm sorry, what exhibit? I need an exhibit number. I'm pulling up this is the zoning map in the town center plan. I believe this is the same one as that we had looked at in exhibit 1013. This is page 25 of the town center plan. Sorry, this is just the easiest one Dean could access there. Do you take issue with the testimony regarding the lineal footage distance between 225 222nd, and the western edge of the town center plan. I'm sorry, let me back up. Did you hear testimony? I apologize. Did you hear testimony related to the lineal footage that runs between that right of way and the R1 zone?
I do believe that was Mr. Zinser's testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you. And I want to get my streets correct. I'm referring to 224th. I apologize. Did you disagree with the testimony as to that lineal footage?
And when you say disagree, in which way?
Did you calculate any different square footage at any time?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
I believe you testified you heard Mr. Zinser's testimony about the distance between the R1 zone and 224th as is located now, as the right-of-way is located now.
I think the thing
Yes.
that maybe confused him is that you then followed that up by asking him if he'd calculated some square footage. Distance is not square footage.
Oh my goodness, I am
I
so
wouldn't
sorry.
know how to answer it either.
That is absolutely confusing. Well, you know, black is white and white is black. Circles is square. I really apologize. So did you calculate any different lineal footage or do any separate calculations on your own?
I have not. Since
Okay.
I've heard Mr. Zinser's testimony, no, I haven't.
Okay, so no reason to disagree with that.
Well, I think I would have to, I'm assuming he was accurate, but in what he testified to, but again, I would have to sit down and scale that out and measure it and verify that to agree to it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that we are within one of the closest, this A1 zone is within one of the closest locations to the R1 zone on this western side of the A1 zone, south of Southeast 4th?
Can I clarify something? I'm confused by the question. Are you referring to this schematic that we're looking at?
I'm asking him his knowledge.
Okay, I just didn't know if we were still looking at the map or not.
So you're asking if this is the closest point to an R1 zone that's adjacent to the town center zone, and just a quick review of the map here that it likely is one of the closer points. Yes.
Okay, thank you. So going back to your discussion of the wedding cake, is there any provision in code or the town center plan that ties that wedding cake to any sort of physical distancing or other sort of physical parameters for tearing it down or tearing it up?
No, there's none.
Okay. If we go back to 6B, am I correct that in terms of sort of general parameters, that's about the set of parameters I would use as an applicant to evaluate the wedding cake concept?
Can you speak towards which parameters again you're talking about? Are you just saying the distance between the outside edge of the zone to a residential zoning classification?
in terms of any measurement or objective parameters for I guess bringing to reality this wedding cake concept. 6B, is that the place I look to figure out if I'm, as an applicant, bringing those to fruition?
Well, looking at the code section, it's absent of any specific dimensions or measurements.
Okay. And do you agree with me that if the city wanted to adopt specific measurements or more sort of concrete specificity, that could be adopted in code?
I think that's certainly something that could be considered, yes.
And does anything in 6B purport or state that it is designed to restrict or act as a limitation on the use table expressly?
I'm looking at the code section again here.
That's okay.
So no, it does not.
Okay. Does this section 6B, excuse me. So I think I want to move away from that section for a moment. I believe you testified as part of your background that you had some experience in also working on not just the residential aspect of these town center type projects, but also the commercial retail aspects of them?
Yes.
Okay. By the way, have you ever worked on the private side as an applicant for any of these projects?
No, I have not.
Okay. Do you feel that there is, or I guess, does it matter to you to know about how successful retail and residential interplay might be designed for a town center project?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And did you make any efforts towards understanding either the market or the feasibility of the I guess the retail components of this UZDP? Did you feel the need to review that at all?
Well, I think yes, I would say that there certainly could be a need for that, and I think it would be useful and helpful information to know. But it really, again, isn't going to necessarily change the code or the comprehensive plan or the infrastructure plan in regards to the applicability of those to a particular development proposal.
And is that because, well, if code does not, I guess, regulate a topic, then an applicant, would the applicant under this town center plan be able to come in with a proposal that it would work for the applicant?
So again, it comes down to the applicability of the code, the town center plan, and the town center infrastructure plan, and any other relevant regulations or goals or policies that would be appropriate and applicable to the application materials.
And
so I don't know that
I
can.
Oh, pardon me. I'm sorry.
I don't know that I can agree with that based
But
on what you're asking.
But beyond that, then the applicant is the one who would design the project, right? Not the city.
Yes, the applicant's responsible for designing their project. That is correct.
Okay, and in fact, if we looked at Exhibit 22.
When you get back to the desk, you're going to need to repeat the last couple of words you said.
I apologize. I was trying to get my exhibit at the same time. My error. If we look at Exhibit 22.
Oh, let's see.
If you look at the first paragraph, the last two sentences, can you read those for us?
The last two sentences?
Yes.
Just make sure I'm looking at the right exhibit here. This is Exhibit 22. It's an email from myself to Mr. Brennan.
Correct.
In the last two sentences of paragraph 2?
Yes. Oh, paragraph 1.
Paragraph 1. So it says, meeting on each application is not an efficient way to utilize available time and resources. In addition, the city is not willing to negotiate in general over plan review, comments, corrections, nor design options for STCA's proposed project. It is the responsibility of STCA to provide a design that meets or exceeds the requirements of identified codes, regulations, and plans throughout this application process.
I would only note that the third word from the end is through, not throughout. Just a minor, I'm not picking on you, but.
Yes, through, right, thank you.
Minor misstatement of the text.
So isn't this telling an applicant follow code and otherwise design the project as you need to design it?
Yes, and it specifically says that it must meet or exceed the requirements of the codes, regulations, and plans through the application process.
Okay. How does so is the only basis that I'm hearing on townhomes, well, let me back up. I believe you've testified that we agree that townhomes are an allowed use under the use table, don't we?
Yes, subject to other criteria, but yes.
Okay, and the other criteria is 6B?
It's the UZDP, yes, it's the UZDP principles for approval that are identified in code.
Okay. And in the pre-application notes, you never talked about townhomes, correct? Or pardon me, under the building scale and compatibility, we talked about that, right?
Yes, we talked about that before.
Okay. So, and now we go forward, and STCA is, so the city is looking to STCA to design this project. We come forward to this email, and oh, by the way, in the middle here, I note you state STCA be prepared for a single meeting, but you did meet more than once with STCA before June 2020, didn't you? You didn't just meet
Yes,
with
we
us.
did.
Yeah. So STCA reviews all these policies, comes to you in June with their best means of putting together a revised plan, and then the city provides no further comments despite STCA saying, we believe we have met or exceeded the requirements of codes, regulations, and plans. And yet the city provided no further comments on that, correct?
That is correct.
Did you give any consideration to the total available square footage for commercial uses in the A1 zone when you evaluated the townhome use?
We were certainly aware of the square footage totals that have been discussed and talked about through this hearing process.
Did you do any math or any evaluation of how those totals would affect other blocks that the totals pertain to? For example, those blocks around the city's Notch property?
No, we did not. However, under normal review circumstances, when we're very clear about a concern related to the comprehensive plan and the town center infrastructure plan and a proposed use, generally it's the other way around, where we're going to be asking the applicant to provide the information that justifies why they are proposing the land use in the location that they are, relevant to the code, the plans, and any other regulations or requirements.
Did you ask for that information?
In this case, no, we have not asked for that information.
Okay. You testified you used some terms in evaluating townhomes that I didn't recognize in code. For example, I think you used the term creative in terms of an approach. Is that your language, or did I miss that in 6B?
It's not in 6B, no, and it's my language, or it's also that's language that you would find in the city's comprehensive plan and town center plan.
One moment. You also talked about maybe blending the townhomes. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes, I do. I think the context was in general, looking at what might work as a compatible use in that situation, in that block, as far as blending of the uses with what is being proposed adjacent to or across the street.
So how does STCA know that would be maybe another way to go? This idea of blending uses somehow. Did you ever convey that to STCA?
I think we certainly have indirectly, in not necessarily that very specific language, but just by the fact of identifying that these uses as proposed, these townhomes in this particular location, were not going to be be acceptable as designed and as proposed as part of their application.
Okay, and you talked about, on the same vein as blending, talking about the townhomes making sense. Again, how does an applicant execute on making sure it is proposing a townhome setup that makes sense, particularly where you've instructed the applicant that it's the applicant's responsibility to do the design work?
So again, I think this gets into, the city has made its position very clear in regards to the placement of the townhomes, and that, you know, under circumstances that I've been involved with other projects, you know, there's other options that are actually looked at when you receive comments along those lines, and revisions are made and resubmitted, not just the same product being submitted over and over again in regards to the in regards to the application materials. So I think it's, you know, that there's certainly some, as the language we've gone over, you know, there's willingness to look at alternatives, but those alternatives, when they're not presented and they're not provided, there's nothing for the city to review or look at. So I think that's where the disconnect is.
Is your testimony that the resubmittal was the same plan, same townhome, same layout as the original application?
As far as the land use goes, as townhomes, yes.
And if STCA were to modify its application to put maybe some commercial at the base of the corner of 224th and Southeast 4th, would that be sufficient to make sense or blend?
It would be something we would consider and take a look at. I can't speak towards it, you know, being a final approved design, but it would be an alternative that might go further in meeting all of the criteria that we have been discussing now for a very long time.
Even if there were still 44 townhomes, 46 townhomes applied for, then that would be potentially approvable?
Objection, that's not this testimony.
No, I'm asking that. I wasn't mean to imply that.
And it's also a hypothetical, that an application that's not before the examiner.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
So can you ask the question again, please?
Sure. So, I mean, if the project put forward a commercial use on the corner, for example, of Southeast 4th and 224th, but it still had maybe 44 townhomes, is that approvable under code?
I don't know how to answer that, honestly. That's speculating. I can't just answer that question on the cuff. That's something that would have to be really looked at in great detail. And for purposes of my testimony here, I just don't think that's a fair question.
Why isn't it a fair question in your mind?
Because there's no way I can answer that or agree to that without a lot of analysis and discussion amongst my team members and others. So again, it's not something I can answer.
Okay, so when would an applicant know that a certain number of townhomes is okay for purposes of the allowed use in an A1 zone?
Well, it sounds very similar to the last question. However, again, it would be a situation where, you know, all of the development regulations that are applicable to the project would have to be adhered to understand the number of units that would be allowed. And then, you know, that would be looked at and considered, and then we would move forward.
So I guess the answer is there's no clear answer right now.
He's answered that.
Did you review your city's brief that was submitted to the hearing examiner in this matter?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we turn to page 19 of that brief? I just have one question about this one.
Sure.
Let's see, that's exhibit what?
Ooh,
Sorry.
I don't know what, Mr.
43, I think.
48.
Exhibit 43. No, 48.
Page 19.
43 or 48?
48.
48. Thank you, whoever said that.
That was the paralegal sitting nearby me,
That's
Leona.
fine. Yeah.
I have it.
Okay. Do you see between lines, these are always a little bit off, but between lines 5 and 11 or so, a discussion of a modest few townhomes might be possible?
Yes, I see that.
Okay. What would constitute a modest few townhomes? Do you know?
Well, again, I don't know that anything really changes. It's something that, you know, we haven't seen alternative designs to anything but townhomes on that, in that particular block or that section. So we certainly have identified the code provisions. We've identified the planning efforts that set out that framework for that. But until we see an alternative design or something along those lines that we can actually physically review, you know, it's hard to say. I mean, it's not something I can necessarily answer here what that would mean, but it bottom line is it means something different than what we've looked at to date.
Wasn't that the role of the pre-application process?
I think partially, certainly. The pre-application process also identifies issues and items that need to be corrected by an applicant. And this could be any applicant based on my experience. And when those issues aren't addressed fully, then, you know, we can't move forward with the review process of an application. We've got to look at the idea that, you know, these things are being addressed, and when they're mentioned over and over again and they're not corrected, or you don't see the results of the comments that have made and those have been addressed, then that's the situation or circumstance where we're going to have to make a decision or a determination about what's appropriate moving forward.
Did the pre-application say there were too many townhomes?
No, it did not say there were too many townhomes. It did identify. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, you're fine. So is it your expectation that an applicant would come in with repeated UZDP applications until it gets to a mix of uses that the city feels is going to be making enough sense or blending enough that the city is comfortable moving forward?
I'm going to lodge an objection. It seems like we've been going down the same path for a very, very long time.
We have been, but I can see where it's a relevant path for the applicant to pursue, because the applicant's trying to understand what it would have to do to come up with an acceptable application.
But if I might interject, I mean, this here isn't the process of coming up with an acceptable application. It's to review the application that was submitted.
I understand that, and I think Ms. Koloshkova does too. But the reality is we're talking about half of the A1 zone property in the entire town center. It and pretty much all the rest of the A1 zone property are owned by or controlled by STCA, and it's the other group with it, STC Junior or whatever it is. This issue is going to come back again and again. I think we all understand that I really have only two options, one of which the city doesn't want me to do. And my two options are either to deny this outright, in which case presumably either STCA refiles and starts all over again, or they sell their property to somebody else who's going to refile and start all over again, or I remand it. And the staff doesn't want, or the city's attorney doesn't want me to remand it. But I can't approve it even if I wanted to. And I'm not saying I want to, but I couldn't. That option is completely off the table because the staff decided not to do a SEPA threshold determination. I cannot approve anything without a SEPA threshold determination having first been completed. So that option's gone. It's either remand or deny. And I think our appellant, maybe in the hope that I'll remand, is trying to figure out through this process precisely what they need to do to get something acceptable the next time. Because from their perspective, and the city may have a different one, and I'm getting a different feel, but from their perspective, based on their testimony, they never really were told absolutely you can't have townhomes, or you can't have 44 townhomes, or whatever it is, 44, 48, whatever. And I don't blame them to some extent for trying to use this process to flesh out what might be deemed acceptable. And I'm gleaning from it what the city's philosophy was and basis was for the decision it made. And I need to understand that in order to be able to decide whether the city erred in denying it. So I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Mr. Hearing Examiner.
So I'm really sorry to ask again, but can we go back and revisit that question really quick?
Sure. So you had, to set the stage a little, you had mentioned alternative designs. So how does the process work then? Does an applicant submit sequential UDPs until the city says this design blends or makes sense?
So yes, I understand the question, and again, I think it gets back to looking at something that is redesigned or resubmitted that is showing that there are, I guess that there's progress being made towards resolving some of these issues. I mean, it is a discretionary decision based on the information that's being provided and given to us as part of the review process and a review team. So I think, you know, again, it is a tough question to answer, but I think in the sense of review process. We certainly aren't here to design a project by providing review comments. I mean, that's something that we're not here to do. But again, it is discretionary, and it is something that, that based on the information that's provided, we'll make that decision on a case-by-case basis related to the project application.
That was a very long answer. Was the answer ultimately yes?
The answer is ultimately based on the application and the specific circumstances related to that application. So I don't know that you can answer yes for just a generic, just describing a process in a generic sense.
You have denied the USDP application here, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Do you believe it is possible that you could have handled this through another round of review comments?
So I think that to answer that question, again, that's just a really hard question to answer, because in this case, these kind of determinations or decisions are not made solely, and that's something that would have to be looked at and talked about very specifically. What I can say is this particular application, there were over 400 comments provided with the first round of review. And as we continue to review the application, there was over...
Objection.
Don't interrupt.
I apologize.
Continue, Mr.
And
Hankins.
to the point where we did make the decision to issue the denial, we were already up in the 500s with comments again on this particular application. So just the sheer volume and the issues and the amount of communication that took place that was not addressed in any of the resubmittals or any of the revised plans that we saw, that's what warranted a discussion and a group decision about why this application should not proceed and go forward. So again, it's a case-by-case basis. It's not something you can just uniformly state to any applicant that this is hard and fast the way it's going to work. It's based on the application and the applicant's progress towards meeting the requirements and addressing the requirements in an effective and appropriate way that gets the project closer to being in compliance.
So I don't think you answered my question. Could you have addressed these issues through a further round of review comments?
I'm going to object. I think it's been asked and answered to the best of his ability.
Okay, all right.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree.
So the result of this approach is that an applicant such as Stca now has to go back and reapply for a pre-application and a concurrency certificate. Is that correct?
If this denial is upheld, yes, that would be correct.
How many times? Well, no, is the applicant able to go in for a concurrency certificate and a pre-application today or tomorrow? If they could put that together, could we apply for that?
I'm gonna object. I mean, how is he supposed to testify to this in this hearing about this application?
Well, this is the outcome of the hearing examiner's process if he agrees with the city. I think it's relevant for the examiner to know what would happen next.
I disagree. I mean, not on this issue.
I'm not sure what counsel means by this issue, but I'm not going to ask him to clarify. I'll sustain.
Okay. let's talk about roundabouts.
Sure.
You testified as to the current roundabouts that have been built out for Southeast. Pardon me. Built out on Southeast 4th. I'm trying to pull up an exhibit. Sorry. So, do you know whether those roundabouts were built under a grant process?
I do not know.
Okay. Do you know whether those roundabouts were built in the locations that were identified in the TCIP?
No, there were some modifications to the locations of the roundabouts that were different than the TCIP.
Did the city, do you know why the roundabouts were built differently than the TCIP?
Well, in general, you know, the town center infrastructure plan is a plan. The idea behind a plan is it does show locations of features, improvements, things that can be built, but you don't really get into the final location design or the final location until you get into some of the design work and some of the design issues that need to be addressed as part of a project.
Do you know anything as to why that road was built at the time? At the time that it was it? Do you know if it was grant driven or anything else? I'm just curious if you know anything about that process.
He's already answered the grant part.
I'm sorry. Okay. All right.
I don't know about the other part of your question, but the grant part he's already answered.
Do you know if anything?
Do you know why it was built when it was built?
Thank you. Why can't I say it like that?
So I honestly, I don't know. I would really have to dig into that and do some more research on those details.
Okay. Looking for, I'm really sorry. If I may just have a moment, I'm searching for a piece of paper. I've got maybe 10 more minutes, but I just, if I might have 30 seconds.
You have it.
Okay, I apologize. I was looking for one last note. So on the right-of-way vacation that that the city is asked, or that this UCDP project would involve, it's your testimony that, I'm gonna need an exhibit if you could grab Dean, please. It's your testimony that the council would have to, well, please describe how that process works in your mind.
Sure. So yeah, a typical right-of-way vacation process, there's an application or a petition filed with the city by the underlying property owner or owners. And then that request is reviewed and processed by our Public Works Department for the city. And then they're in the Public Works standards, there's very specific criteria that needs to be demonstrated to be met by the application or the applicant that's proposing the vacation. And then the Public Works Department makes a recommendation to the City Council for the final decision about that vacation and whether it should or shouldn't happen.
Okay, all right. And can we turn to Exhibit 1006? Is that? I got it. And then PDF page 6, which is document page 3. Actually, yeah, pull up, it'll be easier.
I have it.
Okay. And would you agree this is the right-of-way vacation appendix that you were just referring to?
Yes, Appendix I.
And I'd like you to take a look at section I, which is labeled compensation for the vacation.
This is Bates page number 6, by the way.
Page number 6, PDF page number 3. Oh, pardon me, PDF page number 6, document page number 3.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, I see it here.
Okay. Now subsection 2, do you see the discussion of where the vacation was initiated by council or was a requirement by the city as a condition of a permit or approval?
Yes, I see that.
Doesn't that imply, or doesn't that actually state that a road vacation can be a condition of an approval or a permit?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Now, you suggested that one approach could be for STCA to change the current built roundabouts. Is that right? On Southeast 4th?
I think my testimony was that was mentioned as a possibility in one of the meetings that we had in regards to discussing the project and design issues. Yes.
Was that something you mentioned?
No, it was not.
Who mentioned that?
I believe it was someone from our Public Works Department or folks that were involved in the development review team. I don't remember exactly who.
Okay. And when was Southeast 8th built?
Southeast 4th?
Southeast 4th.
And which do you mean, was it built originally, or when was it just redone?
Then the redone extension through Town Center with the 2 roundabouts.
Yeah.
Well, I believe, and I don't have the exact dates, but I believe it was just recently finished in its entirety. But it was kind of, it started, the process started back in 2015 or 16, give or take.
Over the past few years, we agree on
Yeah.
that. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
So the suggestion would be that STCA would seek a road vacation of portions of Southeast 4th, ask for dedications, and then tear up the roundabouts and move them to the locations that were otherwise, that are originally placed or originally adopted in the TCIP. Is that Public Works suggestion with that comment?
You know, all I can really speak to is that was, you know, that was a comment, and that is certainly something that, you know, a developer or builder could look into if it was something that benefited their project and made sense in regards to spacing, location, things along those lines. But it would be costly, and there would be a lot of analysis that would have to go into that for certain.
And at least as you stand now, that would be before the applicant could even get the project approved, that they would need to do all that work for?
I'm sorry again. Can you restate or ask that again? I'm not sure I'm following you.
You've based your decision on Stca not having received a road right-of-way vacation in advance of the UZDP approval.
Yes.
And so this work would all have to happen before the UZDP could be approved in this hypothetical scenario you were referring to?
Well, again, it's hypothetical. The project can go forward as it's proposed as far as the street configuration goes. I don't think there's been any debate about that. So I guess I'm not following what you're asking.
Well, you've raised this as a hypothetical solution to some of the concerns. So I'm just trying to figure out if it's really feasible. I mean, maybe, would you agree it's a little pie in the sky?
Well, I'm just going to object because I think you're conflating two different concepts that he raised, but he can answer.
Well, am I'm still on the hook here to answer? Okay.
You're free to answer because your counsel said he's objecting, but then he said you're free to answer. So I'm
yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to wade in on something where he said you're free to answer.
Well,
You're free to say you don't know if you don't know.
Yeah, and I really don't know. I mean, whether it's realistic or not is something that that's not for me to decide. That would be something that the developer would have to decide.
Your decision on this topic of right-of-way vacation was based on SMC 2005-040. Is that correct? And I'm looking at page 13 of your decision.
Give me just a minute to catch up here. Okay, I have it.
Okay. What section of 2005-040 do you believe the application fails to comply with?
040. I'm sorry, I don't remember exactly what that code section says. I need to look that up too here.
Can I just clarify what page of the decision we're on?
13.
13. Thank you. I had 14.
Yeah, and the code section is 2005-040.
It's the very top of the page that she's referring to.
Thank you.
2005.
Which subsection in 40? Ms. Goloshkova, which subsection in 040 do you want him to look at?
That was my question to Mr. Hankins, actually.
Oh, because it looks like there's 10 of them.
Yes, my question was under the decision does not specify a section, and so I'm asking what section of 040 is the project not inconsistent with?
Of course, this is a very long section. Okay, so if you look at 2005-040 number 1 and then subheading Q, where it mentions verification that the property affected by the application is in exclusive ownership of the applicant, that's the criteria.
Okay. But didn't the city and I'm looking at exhibits 14 and 36, didn't the city deem this application complete not once but twice?
Yes, we did.
And was this issue raised to the applicant at any time before the decision was issued?
Well, I believe the first time it was raised was during the pre-application review.
And can you point me to that?
Let me take a look here. It's going to take me a few minutes. So I'm looking at Exhibit 9 again, the pre-application review and notes.
Let me direct your attention to page 16. 6E as in Edward. Maybe that is it.
Of the pre-application?
Yes, that was what you had told me where the city
16?
had raised it. So I'm looking at Exhibit 9.
I'm sorry, I'm having some lag here on my computer.
And again, we're Exhibit 9, page 16. When you get your
Page 16. Okay, I've got it back up here.
Okay.
Thanks.
And 6E is in Edward. Is that possibly what you're thinking of?
Yes, and let me see here. 16.
I'm sorry, did you say subsection E or D?
E is in Edward.
Thank you.
No, that's not the provision I was
All right, well,
trying to recall. I'm sorry.
let me ask you about this one, and then we can
Sure.
let you cover this on redirect if you'd like. But this one certainly notes at the end, would we agree that there's a street vacation discussion?
There is. That's just in a different location than the concern we have about the unopened right-of-way that the city owns. That's on a north-south access. This reference is on an east-west along Southeast 4th Street.
But would you agree, at least with this one, it doesn't target this as to a requirement that has to happen before the UZDP approval is in place?
Well, I don't see any in that. We're still talking about subheading E.
Correct.
I unfortunately don't see any reference to the timing of that other than I don't see any time considerations in that particular comment about when the right-of-way vacation would have to be done.
Now that you've looked at that language in Public Works Standards Appendix I,
Yes.
would you agree with me that there is the ability for the city to conduct a road right-of-way activity as a condition of a permit or approval? Pardon me, what did I say? Vacation, not dedication.
So in this instance, I think it's important to distinguish the difference between what was talked about in 6E there and the situation with the right-of-way that was identified as part of the decision. The right-of-way in the decision is on a north-south basis, and it actually runs through, or it exists in a location that's being proposed to be built adjacent to or even over the top of. So it's a situation where there's really, you know, and I think I testified to this earlier, that the process of going through the UZDP process for an approval without fully securing all the properties involved in creating that entitlement could, in fact, require a revision to the UZDP because of the orientation of this north-south right-of-way and the impact that it has on the improvements that are proposed with the project. So it's not a situation where there's right-of-way that's being developed and dedicated. This particular portion is encumbering the site as it currently exists. So going forward with an approval process without having that right-of-way vacation secured is why we denied the application, or one of the reasons why the application was denied in the first place.
But isn't this actually, in fact, exactly what you're talking about, that there is additional right-of-way that's being secured in order to complete the road network that the city has already started and established with how it's structured Southeast 4th? It's really a relocation, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that, but there's still a process that has to be done before, and an approval has to be granted for that ownership to be changed. So the timing of that process is kind of what we're talking about here. Is it acceptable to do it, you know, as a condition of a potential approval, or is it something that would need to be done, you know, prior to moving forward with the decision on the UZDP? I think the stance we took in the decision and the denial was that it would have to be done before we would move forward with the approval of the UZDP.
And what would preclude a condition of approval saying the exact same thing?
Well, again, without full control of that property, we would have to see that the project would have to basically design around that in order for us to move forward with the approval of the UZDP or any associated condition. So it would be another situation where we have to be revised and left out of the application, because it's not currently owned or has been secured by Stca, or it would, and again, I'm speaking towards the reasoning behind the decision and what how we handled this particular issue.
Are you suggesting that the city wishes to try to claw back or undo its 2 notices of complete application?
No, not at all.
Okay. So, and that's the only basis that you used to deny the application in this regard, correct?
I'm confused. The application was denied as a whole, so I'm going to object. On
this right-of-way topic.
Well, they certainly couldn't make the
Mr. Hankins just testified about the basis on the right-of-way issue for the denial. I thought his testimony was clear. I'm not sure that we need to ask him to say it again.
Very good. And I think we can wrap this topic up. I just have one other couple short questions, and this just goes back to the TCP, the goals and policies. Mr. Hankins, did you review the other UZDP approvals with respect to how they how they analyzed compliance or consistency with the TCP goals and policies?
I wouldn't say that I reviewed. I'm familiar with, but I didn't spend a lot of time reviewing that, no.
So you couldn't tell me how those applications handled that review criterion?
No, I would not be able to talk to that.
Okay. Did you notify the applicant that the applicant needed to do essentially a goal and policy by policy analysis of their project under the town center plan?
No, we did not.
Thank you. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you very much. Thank you for your time, Mr. Hankins. I know it's been a long day.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Koloshkova. I'm probably going to make it a little longer. I have some questions I'd like to ask before we ask Mr. Whited if he has any redirect. First, do I understand correctly that on November 4th, I guess it was, of 2019, SCTC filed 4 applications with the city? 1 UZDP application, 2 preliminary plat applications, and 1 binding site plan application. Am I right so far?
Yes, that is correct.
And am I right that 3 of those applications pertain to the land that is the UZDP application? 1 plat, the BSP, and obviously the UZDP. They all pertain to the same chunk of property, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
The other plat covered the C and B, or B and C zones, if you will, to the west of the UZDP property, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, the pre-application was contemplating that same package of application?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I realized that the pre-application was considering some additional land within the UZDP, and that got dropped off and all that good stuff. That's not where I'm going. Did the pre-application comments pertain only to the UZDP application? And if they didn't, if they pertain to something beyond that, what else did the pre-application comments pertain to?
So, yeah, I can answer that. And based on my review of the pre-application comments, they included the entire project proposed by Stca at the time. That included not only the TCA1, but also the TCB and TCC zoning designations. So it was not exclusive to the UZDP application.
And when I looked through them, I didn't see a particularly, I was going to say easy way. I didn't see any way for me to tell which review comments pertain to the UZDP and which pertain to one or the other of the plats or to the BSP. Is that a fair conclusion, that you can't tell which ones are relating to what application?
Yeah, that is a fair statement. There was a lot of interconnectivity with the street system as proposed and the improvements that were proposed, and then of course the location of the uses within that context of those three zones.
Okay, now let's jump quickly ahead to the first round of review comments in March, I think it was, of 2010. Is that the same situation? The review comments address not only the UZDP, but the two plats and the BSP, and they're not separated out by which permit is which?
Close. You're really close. The only difference was that the comments, it's been a long day. I'm trying to remember the details here, but the Brownstone West application, because it wasn't part of the UZDP in the sense of the zoning boundaries, still stood alone. So the comments were on the binding site plan, the UZDP, and what was called the subdivision of Brownstone East, if that helps clarify. And the Brownstone West application is still active and being reviewed by the city currently.
Well, Brownstone West was separated out, and except for that one, which then went on its own separate path, the review comments were sort of merged together and you can't sort them out.
Yes, because it was, yes, that is correct.
Okay, so what I'm calling BS West, just for shorthand, had been separated. I know, it looks good on paper.
How about BW and BE?
Doesn't look good when you say it. Separated out. Okay. Wholly different subject. We don't have the TCP plan and the TCIP plan. We don't have the codes as physical exhibits in our record because they're all public documents, et cetera, and I think we all feel comfortable with that. So for me to look at them, I went on the city's website and I found the town center page, and it lists ordinances and documents and whatnot that relate to the town center. I found through that, and maybe I had to go to another page in the city's website to get it, but I found that the town center plan was adopted on June 9th of 2008 by Ordinance 2008-232. I found that the Town Center Infrastructure Plan and Title 21B were adopted in 2010 by another ordinance. I'll skip that, it doesn't matter. I found that the Town Center Interim Street Standards were adopted by a resolution in October of 2010. I found that there was an ordinance on transfer of development rights that related to the town center that was passed in September of 2011. Then I found 3 resolutions that dealt with reducing the detention requirements for stormwater, and one changed it and then 2 of them repealed it. So I don't think that whole combination of stuff matters at all to us, because whatever was done got repealed. And it all happened before this application came in. Then I found a document on that web page that says it was last dated January 11, 2018, called a UZDP application guide. I could find no source for who did that, whether it was adopted. Is it official? What is it? Can you tell me what that is? You're familiar with it? An application guide for UZDPs. Is it just a department handout?
My understanding is it's a department handout to help property owners or applicants navigate the UZDP process. So it's public information, assistance brochure type document.
Yeah. But it's not an adopted, the council hasn't blessed it as some kind of an official document.
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Then I saw a document called Green Spine Design Companion.
Mm-hmm.
I found no date on the document and no indication whether that's an officially approved document. Can you shed any light on that for me?
I am familiar with the document. However, I'm not completely 100% sure on the history of how that was approved, or was it just a staff analysis like the UZDP application guide to help applicants with their materials? Deputy Director Hildy would probably know, because that kind of predates me in regards to involvement in the town center. It might be a question to ask her during her testimony, perhaps.
Okay, that's good enough.
Could I interject just real quick, Mr. Examiner? I just wanted to let you know that it looks like the appellants have identified the Green Spine Design Companion as Exhibit 1004.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Then I found a Green Spine guide dated August 2, 2018. Can you shed any light on the source and what would they say if it were an antique? The provenance, that's the word I'm looking for. The provenance of that document, or is that one I should ask Ms. Hildy about?
Yes, I'd recommend asking Ms. Hildy about that as well. I'm pretty sure she was involved with that and would be able to get you the information you're looking for.
Very good. Shifting gears again. Back last spring, or this spring, I should say, I issued an interlocutory order in this case. Are you familiar with that order? It's in the record as Exhibit 1019. Is that something you've looked at frequently or ever, or?
I'm just familiar with it. I haven't studied it in a lot of detail. No.
I reached several conclusions in there based on the language in the code about what the nature of a UZDP product was supposed to be, what the end result was supposed to be. Do you recall that discussion of the concept of master plan?
I apologize. I do not. Like I said, I haven't looked at it or read it. I will after our meeting today for sure.
Well, maybe what I'll do is ask Deputy Director Hildy, because she's higher up in the pecking order anyway. I'm just interested in the reaction. You probably can't answer this question because you didn't come into this until you came into this process after the application was filed, didn't you?
Not after, just a couple months before. I came in about August of 19, and then it was filed in November. So
after the Prehab.
Yes, after the Prehab, for sure.
2 months after. My apology, my mistake. My question was going to be, did Stca specifically ask in writing for consolidation of the permits?
No, I believe that was a discussion between the city and Stca about the best path forward in regards to processing their applications based on a UZDP, a subdivision, and a binding site plan, and then a standalone subdivision as well. And that was taken into consideration because of the underlying zoning and the UZDP requirement.
Okay. But there's no, that you're aware of, there's no letter from Stca saying, "Dear City, we wish to consolidate these 3 applications together."
I'm not aware of a letter in that correspondence, no.
Okay, thank you. I got an answer to that yesterday. That can be answered. Let's see, where's my exhibit 1004? This may be a question I should have asked somebody from there's 1000. Oh, no. Oh, that is the Green Spine Design Companion. That's right. I made a note to ask about it, but I made the note in 2 different places. Can you tell me who Jeff Ellicus is, or Ellicus, or?
I can, yeah. He's the current Public Works Director for the City of Sammamish.
Okay, thank you. Is there a time bar within the SMC regarding reapplication for a similar project on the same property after a denial? Some jurisdictions say that once you've had a denial, for example, you cannot refile an application on the same property for essentially the same thing for a period of X months. Lots of times it's 6 months. I think I've seen some that are 12 months. Is there anything similar to that in the SMC?
I do not believe there is. However, is that something that we could get back to you on, and I could do some further research on that just to make sure?
Sure. Yeah, let me say, I've looked and I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
But I didn't want to just trust myself on something like that.
Sure.
Frankly, I didn't want to spend the time trying to find it, but doesn't think so. That'll be my answer for now.
Okay.
There is in reference in Exhibit 7 on Bait 3. I'm not going to get it out. I'm going to try and wing it without taking the time to try and find it in this stack of stuff. There's a reference to a requirement. This is the MOU between SCTA and the city. There's a reference in there about a subsequent development agreement to be presented to the city council by March 31st of 2019. Do you know if that ever happened?
I do not believe that that ever happened. No.
Thank you. Okay. That one. No. Do you know if the SMC defines a street segment as opposed to just a street? I don't think it does, but I'm just asking.
No, it does not.
Okay, we answered that one. Okay, now I've got to find Exhibit 20, Bates page 2. And this is a note I made a long time ago. It says conflict question, ask Hankins to explain. So I got to get it out because my note doesn't tell me what I'd written on the page. So we're going for Exhibit 20, page B2, Bates 2.
Sorry, exhibit 20?
20, 20.
20B2?
20 Bates. Oh, come on now. Is this it? 13.
Anyone know, did he say B or just the main number 20?
I said, Exhibit 20, Bates 2.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad somebody's found it because, oh, there it is. Oh, that's great because Exhibit 20 has letters, doesn't it? Hang on a minute. Here we go. Oh, okay. Exhibit 20 starts with a letter and then it has all the subparts. That's it. So we're looking for Bates page 2 in the letter that begins Exhibit 20. There are two sentences in here that seem to me to be contradictory. And you've talked about it, but I'll give you another shot at helping me understand it. This is in the second paragraph from the top of the page. Is the last sentence in that paragraph and the first sentence in the next paragraph. And for those who don't have it, it said the first sentence reads, as a pedestrian-oriented street, and by applying the minimum 30-foot separation, the townhomes proposed adjacent to 224th Avenue Southeast as part of this project proposal are not likely feasible. Then the next sentence says, pursuant to SMC 21B 30-030 subsection 1, buildings adjacent to pedestrian-oriented streets are required to be located within 3 feet of the sidewalk and feature a pedestrian-oriented facade. So the first sentence says you have to have a 30-foot separation for townhouse. The second sentence just talks about all buildings generically and how they have to be 3 feet from the sidewalk. Can you help me sort through that?
Yes, I'm rereading that again too here. It's been a while since I've looked at this. Okay, I think I can help shed some light on that. The first, or the last sentence of the first paragraph we were talking about that says as a pedestrian-oriented street, it's not very clearly written, but that was a reference to what was being proposed by the applicant at that time, that they had shown townhome setback 30 feet from what was, and I'm not sure, I believe it was proposed as a mixed-use street at that time, and we were getting into the discussion about all streets within the TCA1 were supposed to be pedestrian-oriented. So basically the last sentence in that paragraph is describing the application, and then the first sentence in the next paragraph is describing the requirement.
Now, but the 3-foot requirement would conflict with the code requirement for townhomes that they have a 30-foot setback from that type of street, right?
Yes.
So when I thought that the second sentence that I read probably intended to talk about buildings other than townhomes.
You're correct.
You didn't say so. Is that how I solved the conflict?
That is correct.
Okay. So this refers to all other building types. Okay. I thought that was it, but I never like to make assumptions on somebody else's day.
It is worded a little awkwardly, I admit.
How much detail does community development expect to see in a UZDP plan? The code says, and I think it's 070, that the expected outcome, this would be 21B 95 070, that the expected outcome is an agreement between the developer and the city, setting the terms and conditions for future permits to be developed. And yet I look at a lot of the information and the detail that's in this record, and it seems to me to be way beyond that concept. And it has confused me as to talking about an overarching plan leading to an agreement that sets the framework, the parameters for what's going to come later. And yet I'm seeing questions about extreme detailed stuff and objections based on things that you would normally see in like a preliminary plat review or a building permit review. And it has me confused.
So a very, very good question. So when in that code language, when it talks about an agreement, we are basically stating the same thing as an approval. By the city reviewing a UZDP application and getting to the point where it's approved. We have to have enough detail and sufficient details to make that determination to say that it is actually approved or not. And that's what drives or dictates the amount of information that's necessary. There's a lot of things that need to be very locked down, so to speak, in regards to the layout and the uses and in some cases like this application, the lots and the associated dimensions, and we basically need enough information to make a determination that it can be approved and that it's going to function as the code would intend. In a case like a commercial development, and in this case, most of the engineering plans are conceptual in nature, and they will be finalized further down the road as you get into site development and engineering for the project. But again, enough details for the city to make a decision and a determination on the application.
Okay. Kelly, or whatever it is, I'm probably butchering their name. Their submittals have a lot of what I'll call renderings, architectural renderings, perspective presentations of buildings showing style, fenestration, modulation of walls, building materials, the whole 9 yards. If community development had been able to approve this, what would those documents have, how would they have factored into it? Would you have then been expecting that, by gosh, every one of these buildings in blocks 5, 6, and 7 darn well better look like the drawings that they gave us?
Pretty close, yes. There's some room for some changes and modifications once an approval for UZDP is issued, but there's also language in the code that needs to be that would be used to evaluate those changes and whether a revised UZDP application would be necessary to go through that process to accommodate whatever those changes may be. So again, it gets into the details of the expectations of the decision for the UZDP should be such that you're pretty confident what you're looking at is going to be built, when they get into the permitting phase.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hankins. I don't think I have any other questions. It being 4:54, I suggest rather than even asking Mr. Whitehead if he has redirect, that we just break for the evening and start up again tomorrow morning.
I would appreciate that very much. My understanding is that there's either a planning commission or some kind of commission meeting here tonight at 5:30.
Oh, 5:30, okay.
Or it has to be, I think that's the time.
Yeah. Ms. Goloshkova, do you want to know what the order of witnesses is tomorrow?
And I had one clarification for the examiner. It might be worthwhile just to do it now on the application information.
Okay.
So, on Exhibit 20, the ray line lists out the various application numbers. And I think, Mr. Roos, I think that will be helpful for the examiner on his questions about all the different application files and numbers.
So what?
I'm looking at my co-counsel.
What are we clarifying here?
The question as to whether that review comment letter was addressed to, whether that was addressed to all the applications, and that ray line covers that question. That was a question I think the examiner had, or you guys were colloquying on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I guess I'm just not understanding one word you're saying. You said the blank answers that question. Is something line?
The ray in regards to line, the RE line.
RE, okay.
Re line.
I was hearing ILINE, and you had me totally buffaloed.
Wow.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I asked whether you wanted to know what the order of his witnesses was tomorrow. Would you like that? Because
Yes,
you've usually asked, or he's asked you.
Let me just confirm this real quick.
Okay, so maybe I'll tell David it's looking more like 10.
Yeah.
Okay. And you might tell him well, don't tell him about it. Tell him that you don't you want yeah, but then
Mr. Galt, every once in a while, your video feed, you just totally disappear for like a nanosecond.
That's because on my screen, my image is freezing, and I'm not sure whether it's freezing for everybody or not. And I discovered the other day that if I went offline and came right back, killed the camera and came right back on, it cured it.
Gotcha.
Okay, I've got an answer for you.
Yes.
So we're going to be calling the director, David Pyle, after Mr. Hansen finishes up his testimony, and then followed by Ms. Sylvie.
Okay. Thank you very much. It is now 4:57 p.m. We are recessing for the evening, reconvening tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Using the same GoToMeeting login that we have used for the hearing so far. Since this is a recess and continuation to a date, time, and manner certain, further public notice is not required, nor will any be given. So at 4:58, we stand at recess. I'll see you all tomorrow morning. Have a good evening.